Chip Curry, and I represent the Senate District 11, which includes the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. And at this point, I'm just checking to see if Representative Hassenfuss or Representative Austin are in the attendee list, and we've got them in the wrong place, but it does not appear so. So we'll hope they'll be joining us shortly. So a couple of other announcements. This is a public meeting. I must remind everybody, I see that our live streaming has begun. So I do want to remind everyone that's participating in this meeting, either in the attendee or panelist, we will not be using the chat function of Zoom unless it's for technical issues. And if there are technical issues, I'd like to introduce Ms. Jody Breton, who is our committee clerk and is navigating the helping folks get into the meeting if they're an invited guest, and being able to shift from attendee into panelist to be able to speak. Ms. Breton, how would people reach you? And welcome.
Well, thank you. You can reach me by phone, 287-4880, or email idea@legislature.maine.gov.
And I'd also like to introduce our legislative analyst, Ms. Rachel Olson, and she will be presenting throughout the day today for the bills that are on our work session. So, and welcome, Ms. Olson, and thank you for your service to the committee. So just a point of announcement before we get into our first session. Earlier in the week, we had a bill scheduled for work session, which was LD 1655, an act to create a data broker registry and improve consumer protection. The committee has learned that we have two more data management bills and data brokerage bills that have showed up on the House calendar and the Senate calendar to be referred tomorrow. So we have taken this bill off the calendar for today, so that we can hear all three of those together. So we won't be dealing with LD 1655 today. And with that, we will open up the work session for LD 1497, an act to establish the Maine Youth Impact Commission. This is a bill that we heard that we have tabled at least once before, maybe twice. And we've already heard the bill analysis. And so I understand a lot of work has happened over the weekend, and we have so we have some new discussion, and then hopefully a motion to deal with. So I'm going to recognize Representative Bailey to bring us up to speed. And Ms. Breton, I'm going to ask that I will ask that Yellow Breen be invited into the panelist. And Representative Collmore, do you have a question before we get started on this?
Yes, I just wondered if we needed to vote to remove it from the table before we discussed it.
We do. We do. Thank you very much. Would you like to make that motion, or would you like someone else to?
Yes, I'll make the motion to remove LD 1497 from the table.
Excellent. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, let's see hands. Thank you. Keeping us doing this right. Appreciate it. And Representative Bailey, do you want to talk us through the work that you've put in?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the members of the committee for the ongoing conversation about this bill. I sent out two documents a few minutes ago. Perhaps Ms. Olson could pull up those so we have them handy for a shared screen if it's helpful to look at those. One is drafting notes, and I should caveat that these were drafted by Yellow Breen from MDF, and then I did some editing on these. So just as some background, the work session we had last week, I brought a amendment forward to alter the it was sort of framed as a Youth Impact Commission focused it into workforce and economic development, but still had it as an independent commission. There was some questions and concerns from the committee. I thought some really good points made. And from that, I went and talked with Yellow Breen, who also engaged with Kate Foy and a number of other stakeholders, as well as the individuals who put the bill forward and other legislators, et cetera. And we came up with the idea of, rather than creating a new program or a new commission, Realize Maine that exists at MDF is really about workforce and our economy and generating the conversations and the discussions that we need to move our economy forward. And what that would be an appropriate place to house a task force of young people to provide an opportunity for them to have a voice in that process and contribute to those conversations with with folks in their 20s, 30s, and 40s who are also doing that work and provide added value to those conversations, and also different perspectives as young people who are maybe are in the workforce at a very early age, or are thinking about educational issues around the workforce. And so from different perspectives, and how to bring them into those discussions. And also as an opportunity to sort of revitalize the Maine, Realize Maine project that I think had a lot of energy a decade or two ago. And maybe some of that has sort of waned over the years, and this opportunity to re-energize that program as well as provide some youth impact. So what you'll see in front of you this morning is some draft language that's an amendment to create this task force inside the Realize Maine project. Let me just go over a few things about that I think would be helpful about the language, and I'll refer to the drafting notes. That's probably the easiest way to sort of run through what this looks like, and then we can bring Yellow Breen into the conversation to really get into the weeds or respond to any specific questions you have. But if you look at the drafting notes document,
Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, let me interrupt for just a second and ask Ms. Olson, can you share that on your share screen? And I'm also going to ask the bill sponsor to come in, so I will promote Representative Charlotte Warren. And all right, so, and Representative Bailey, please go ahead.
Sure. And Ms. Olson, if you could sort of zoom in on that first page, because I'm now reading your screen too. So
sorry, would you like to have the amendment zoomed in on, or the draft?
If you got them side by side, I think that's great. Maybe just pull them up side by side. That's perfect. And people can see both. So on the left side, you see the drafting notes. On the right, you see the amendment. On the left side, the core objective here is to provide that youth voice, that youth need to be included and elevated in the conversations about our economy and workforce development. I mean, to help provide that perspective. I mean, this is, we're talking about their future, right? Maine's economic future is their future, the economy in which they will work and be productive employees and business owners. And so having their voice and perspective, I think, is added value, especially when we want to keep them here, living and working in Maine. And attracting like-minded and young people to our state to live and work here. So how do we go about doing that? The revised concept, as I said, proposes to pull it within Realize Maine, sort of parallel and integrated work. The current statute would be amended to allow for a younger age demographic. And so it really enables, as I said, the reinvigoration of the Realize Maine project, while also, I think, giving those younger Mainers an opportunity to participate in the conversations about workforce and the economy. And it's a very simple change to the existing Realize Maine statute that would then give MDF the wiggle room it needs to move forward with this work. As I said, the Realize Maine project is currently 20 to 40 years old. The real change is changing that down to 15, and then pulling in, figuring out how to structure a task force around the younger demographic. Obviously, there's the steering committee of older, late 20-somethings and 30-somethings that really sort of drive the Realize Maine work. So how do you integrate? Where do you sort of have the different working groups? How do they come together? What do those discussions looks like? Sort of, it gives MDF the opportunity to map that out and work with those different stakeholders. And the other piece here is MDF has an anti-lobbying and referenda provision. So by pulling this youth commission as a task force into MDF and Realize Maine, they would be prohibited from introducing legislation and lobbying on bills as a task force. So I think that's a key provision I think would be important to the committee to know. And let's see, still the sunset is still there. And obviously, you know, when you have something like this within an MDF budget, you know, the sunset can also be a decision not to maintain funding for it. If you want to scroll to the second page, please, on the drafting notes. Just some points about the size, structure, formality. So the task force of young people within the Realize Maine project would be about 15 to 20 young people, so more similar to the original bill proposal. So a very manageable group, but also diverse stakeholders. The intent would be to have a geographic diversity. And the task force model would be assembled by MDF, similar to the way in which MDF goes about setting up its existing steering committees, which Mr. Breen can talk about. And then the fiscal note. Mr. Breen says that to fully implement this within the MDF Realize Maine would be about $300,000 per year, and that represents 1.5 full-time employees, including benefits, overhead expenses, and then about $90,000 a year in direct expenses for research and data, which is of course a big piece of this around understanding, you know, what it is that young people care about. How do we keep young people living and working in Maine? Events and conferences, bringing young leaders together around this work of economic development and workforce, partnering with organizations, it's sort of website or communication, mileage reimbursement for the young leaders who are part of this as ambassadors in this project. And then, you know, I think MDF would say, you know, don't commit to the concept unless it is appropriated, the funds are appropriated downstream for this work. And then Mr. Breen put in this document the statutory language and ballot allocation language that exists for Realize Maine, and you can see that in comparison to the amended, proposed amended language on the other document there with the underlying changes bringing in the youth perspective. And so section 1 of the amendment simply makes those small modifications. So at the top there, point 6, attract and retain youth in the state, just some added language reflecting the lowering limit to age 15 to 40 rather than 20 to 40, and the need to capture youth perspectives and voices to the extent that resources are available. And then C, the identification and dissemination of resources linking youth. So just some added verbiage there. And then finally, a new point in the Realize Maine statute is D, the development and promotion of clearinghouse and meaningful youth-led opportunities for the perspectives, concerns, and ideas of young people, including 15 to 29. So that's the point D is sort of the new language in the Realize Maine statute, would be the new language in the Realize Maine statute that sort of gives them the authority and overview to take on this youth voice and perspective work around workforce and the economy. And then the way in which we've decided that it'd be easiest to move forward with this is simply unallocated bill language. So language that appears obviously in the bill, but not in statute, that acts as a directive to MDF in terms of how to build out this program. And kudos to Mr. Breen, who spent basically all weekend from sun up till sundown, and I think the latter part of last weekend and yesterday as well, really working to draft this out and working with the young people who brought this forward, with Representative Warren, with myself, I think speaking with Senator Curry, with DECD, the governor's office, GOPIF, his own board of directors, the Realize Maine network, and his own staff, and putting together how this would work. And you'll hear from him hopefully in a moment, and he can answer any questions you have. But I just wanted to thank him personally for all of his work on this, and trying to figure out a way how to capture youth voice and perspective, and in this economic and workforce efforts that are underway in our state. So that is the substance of the proposal before you.
Thank you, Representative Bailey. I'd like to ask Mr. Breen to come forward, and then we've also brought in Representative Warren. And so, Mr. Breen, if what of this would you like to highlight, or what have we missed?
Thank you, Senator Curry. Thank you, Representative Bailey. I spent a lot of time on this, partly because our team was excited about the possibility of the energy around the younger demographic, also potentially supporting a shot in the arm for Realize Maine as a whole, if that's the committee's will and interest. But I think it's important to emphasize that Realize Maine, while it's been nominally 20 to 40, the center of gravity for it, as Representative Bailey said, has heavily been kind of the 28 to 40 demographic. And I think per your conversations, I don't want to presume where anyone is on their life journey, based solely on age, but obviously a lot of folks in the 15 to 24 are still very much still in their educational journey and or their first job. And so the nature of the issues is going to be different. It's also, I think, in talking with proponents, a lot easier for some of the agencies and entities to think about recruiting younger leaders that skew to the slightly older end of that span. And so wanted to honor the drive to bring in that younger demographic. Wanted to honor the attempt to capture that goal for more youth-led efforts and youth voice in the statute, but in a modest way. And so it gave a lot of flexibility underneath the statute to figure out how to implement that. Almost everything that I think we came up with, when you really look at it, fits under the existing charge of Realize Maine, which is, most broadly in that 6 sub B that talks about the support and promotion for economic development, public policy, and community initiatives. Pretty much every, specific mandate in 1497 could fit under that broad charge, really. But I wanted to figure out how to understand what the proponents were seeking in terms of youth voice, try to make sure that was reflected there, but not elevate the structure of the task force above the end goal. Because I think we've all served on committees that a year or two in, you've done some good work and you figured out how to parcel out the work to others. Or there's a way to bring the existing Realize Maine steering committee and the Center of Energy with the younger demographic together into one combined coordinating committee. So I tried to think about how to leave a lot of flexibility to let this evolve, really capture the energy and participation of the younger half of this demographic right out of the gate. But then make sure it was flexible enough to evolve without needing legislation to evolve. So it's very much at the center of what we would do. And I think where Representative Bailey left off with the draft language, those bullets about functional activities have pared back 17 subsections of the original bill down to 5, plus a little bit of a catch-all. There was just a lot of stuff in there, some of which would be incredibly expensive and imply that the commission or task force was doing things that really belonged in the existing mandate of other agencies. And the goal of this task force would really be to identify where those are happening and to put the youth voice and youth needs into those processes and maybe catalyze them to do a little bit different or a little bit more, but not to take over career development activities that sit in DOE or DOL or higher ed. So I think the fiscal note, and I think the anti-lobbying thing is really important. So if you had said straight up, could you have just folded 1497 into MDF? No, because it had a ton of references to weighing in on budgets and legislation and crafting legislation that we would have been really uncomfortable with. Our existing anti-lobbying provision, I feel, is both a sword and a shield for MDF. It's what assures you and others that we are truly nonpartisan in spirit and not just kind of minimally and nominally. And so we wanted to make sure whatever could be done could be recrafted to serve that and still meet the needs of the bill proponents. Finally, the fiscal note, I would say, is certainly mindful, if not ambitious. I do think there's a certain level below which we would all just be giving lip service to doing this well. And in my experience, that's a mistake. 300,000 would represent a level per year, represents a level that would do a bang up job of both the expanded mandate and re-energizing all of the existing Realize Maine activities. And so, could we do something credible for less? Maybe. I think I'd love to keep the conversation focused on what it might take to do it really well, and knowing that this bill needs to go to the table anyway, then work with you as needed to figure out kind of what's the minimum threshold to do something adequate as you all are considering priorities in the end for the table. So, I tried to put in what I think could really show something 3 years from now that would make everyone believe that it had a strong impact.
Thank you very much, Mr. Breen. Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. First, I wondered if, Mr. Breen, you could give us an idea of what Realize Maine currently does, because I'm not entirely familiar with them.
Yeah, and as we discussed, because it has a modest general fund appropriation, it's a little bit confusing, but there's a general fund item that was in the current services budget for $58,000 a year, of which $33,000 a year is Realize Maine, and 25 is the downtown center. The 33,000, which is down from prior historical levels, can be really both the activity of Realize Maine today and the appropriation go to a very light touch of support and resources for the regional network of groups. So there's a statewide steering committee which has representation from those groups like Uplift Lewiston Auburn, Fusion Bangor, Momentum Aroostook, and others. And Propel Portland is still very active, but frankly grew to a scale that they kind of outgrew the network almost in terms of their own capacity to do things on their own. So there's 6 or 8 active regional groups, and some wax and wane because they're all volunteer driven. So the 33,000 provides roughly 50% goes to mini grants to the regional groups to really catalyze activity and programming. Enables usually every 2-year convening of all those groups with a lot of energy, a couple hundred participants as well, and very light touch staffing from MDF. In the end, it boils down to maybe like 15% of a staff member that helps this volunteer steering committee kind of keep the pilot light on. So this level, would take it to really a different plateau of saying, if we had someone who woke up every day thinking about how to move Realize Maine forward, not just the newer, younger demographic that we've been discussing with 1497, but even the center of gravity with the late 20s something and 30 something group that we've been supporting, that would take everything to a whole different level of momentum and impact, unquestionably. So that's the idea.
Mr. Breen, can you?
And a follow-up
state-
question, Mr.
Sure,
Chair?
go ahead.
Okay, and I see that in the changes, and I'm not sure if this is a question for Representative Bailey, Mr. Breen, or Representative Warren, but I see that we're changing this to mandate a certain number of membership would have to be from the specific age group of 15 to 29, I think it was. And I'm just curious, how do we ensure that we get that amount while also keeping a diverse group throughout the entire state of Maine? Like, I don't want every member to be from Augusta South, for example. I think that that's really important. We have a lot of differences along that line in our state. And I think that I'm concerned that the only people you'll be able to get to hit that required amount would be less, south of Augusta.
Mr. Breen, do you want to try to address that?
Sure. I would say the two of the things that characterize MDF the most are our commitment to working statewide and working cross-sector. So making sure that private business as well as public and quasi-public entities are always involved. And so one of the ideas I had been discussing with Representative Bailey was to leverage the 7 regional economic development districts that span the state and elicit nominees, or at least suggested nominees from them. There are also, of course, we also work quite heavily with regional chambers of commerce across the state and similar groups like the Aroostook Partnership, the Sunrise County Economic Council, and so on. So we would, in the process of building the stakeholder group, reach out to a lot of regional allies to help us identify candidates, including the existing regional Realize Maine groups. I think that group is meeting tomorrow, so I haven't been able to consult with them as heavily as I would otherwise have liked. So I tried to keep this kind of open. But a lot of them, I think, would be quite enthusiastic about extending their activities and reach down to a slightly younger demographic as well, even at the regional level. So we have a lot of, and we have 2,000 alumni of Leadership Maine and our Institute for Civic Leadership program all over the state. So we leverage these different networks to really recruit, because I know it can be a challenge where statewide efforts wind up just being a south of Augusta effort. We work like crazy all the time in every program to make sure that's not the case.
Representative Warren, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. I guess my question, Ms. Breton, I will ask if you could bring in Thea Sweat. My question for you and for Ms. Sweat is, this bill is pretty far from where it started. And I would ask, what about it is still exciting for you? So what are your thoughts on how it has changed, and what about it is still why you're still supportive of it, as other people have indicated that you're still supportive of it. So I wanted to check in on that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Senator Curry. Let me just start by saying a big bunch of appreciation to your committee for taking the time with this bill. I really appreciate it. I also want to thank Representative Bailey and Mr. Breen for all of the work that they've done. I fully support these amendments. And, this is how good public policy gets made, right? It's a lot of give and take. And a lot of things change from the original proposal to a final product. So I am absolutely in support. And the number one piece that I'm in support of is we are maintaining the drive to make sure that we get more voices to the table, and especially the people that we're trying to keep here, right? We are trying to figure out a way to have the most robust jobs and economy sort of agenda in the state of Maine. We want nothing less. And the way to do that is to hear from the folks who we've been talking about a long time. And so I really appreciate the work, and I'm 100% in support. I have such admiration for the work that Mr. Breen does, and I feel like this will have a really nice home there. So thank you for the opportunity to weigh in.
And welcome, Ms. Sweet. Thank you for bringing this bill before our committee. I'll give you the same question. It has taken a long path. It looks very different than what it originally had. What about it is still? Are you still supportive of it? And what about it is? Has you excited about it? If so,
Senator Curry. I think throughout these conversations, I've learned a lot about the ways that this could move forward. And after having a conversation with Mr. Breen and Representative Bailey, I think that I definitely feel more comfortable with us being incorporated into an already existent agency. And also, I feel comfortable that myself and my other co-organizer, Jane, we were able to pick out our priorities in our bill so that we could transfer those and find a way and figure out a way to integrate our ideas to make sure we stay true to our original values. And that's what was the most important part for us. So absolutely, diversity in membership was one of the most important things, which we are figuring out and have figured out a little bit. But I think if we stay true to those things, then we'll be able to touch on other aspects of the bill that were in there before, and they'll be brought up in different ways. And I'm really comfortable with that. And I'm really excited to bring youth voices to different areas that we haven't already been involved in.
Well, thank you. Are there any other questions for any of our guests? Chair recognizes Representative Gallimore.
Thank you. I'm not exactly sure who this is directed at, but I'm just curious, as part of the amendment, had you considered changing the name of the bill? Because we would no longer be establishing a Maine Youth Impact Commission. You would be adding into a currently existing one. And that can be misleading for people who may not fully understand the process it's gone through.
Thank you, Representative Gallimore. I think we would have to change the title of the bill, as I recall. Ms. Olson?
Yes, we would change the title of the bill to reflect its new objectives and where it's placed. Could work with the sort of working title for the amendment that's at the top. And that's no problem. It's still germane to the original bill proposal. So it sort of follows the structural rules for making amendments to bills. Yep, so we just changed the title, and then the summary of the amendment would indicate the process of the change from the original to the amendment.
Are there any other questions for our guest? Chair recognizes Representative Bernard.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Curry. I'm really not sure again who this goes to, maybe everyone who's here to testify and give us further information. My question is, does anyone have any reservations about trying to encompass a group that spans the age from 15 to 40, which is more than a generation? And just wondering if we truly would be getting the voices of the youth who this is supposed to be directed at. I know, I could speak up and I could say what I was concerned about at age 15, but that was as I was a freshman, for example, getting into my sophomore year. And I don't think there was a senior in the high school who would ever listen to me. So I'm more concerned about if you're 15 and you're speaking to someone who's in their late 30s, 40s, where really is your voice?
I will ask any of our guests, raise your hand if you'd like to address that. I see Yellow Breen.
I've thought about this some, Representative Bernard, and that's why I didn't propose to just have one Realize Maine steering committee that spanned that entire demographic, and to write some language in the bill that's probably a little bit clunky right now, but that kind of preserves the existing steering committee, which is heavily drawn from those regional groups that we discussed. Stand up this new task force, but I intentionally wrote the language squishy so that if this reinvigorates all of Realize Maine, maybe we want a group that has a center of gravity with the younger voices, 15 to 29 it says, but maybe it skews even 15 to 24. And maybe we want a parallel task force of the 25 to 40s or the 28 to 40s with some kind of blended coordinating subgroup. But I didn't want to try to pretend that I had thought that through on the front end. And also I didn't want to pretend to speak for the existing Realize Maine steering committee. I wanted them to help us design and strategize this. So I think it's important to have enough of the new voices in and have a venue that skews younger where those voices will get heard. and then to design a process where the overall Realize Maine Steering Committee or the bridge committee between the two kind of incorporates that. I was sort of reflecting on some of the dialogue I heard in your committee, where there was also expressed the sentiment that it was important for those age ranges and those different life stages to cross-pollinate and say, hey, you might be excited about something at 19 or 23, and then if you're at a somewhat different life stage and wrestling with other challenges of family and career, you might say, oh, looking back at my 23-year-old self or my 19-year-old self, I think about it a little differently. So I tried to write in language that would just give us a lot of flexibility to figure out how to bring a critical mass of the new younger voices to the table, but leave us some flexibility to sort out how to bring that together with the slightly older voices so that there is good integration and cross-pollination.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Mr. Breen, I'm so happy to hear that. I too shared Representative Bernard's concern at the wide span we were looking at and wondering how that youth voice really gets heard in that. I love the idea of two different groups, one 15 to 29 or wherever you hit that label, because they're the ones that are trying to figure out their future, whether that future includes Maine or not, what education it includes. Whereas the group that is 30 to 40 are really on that road and have a different perspective. Not that they shouldn't cross-pollinate, not that there shouldn't be opportunities to cross-pollinate, but they really are two very separate groups, each trying to figure out their way forward. And it looks quite different if you have settled on that career or looking at family and buying a house versus, am I going to stay in Maine? Am I going to go to school here? Am I going to come back after college? What can I do here to make a living wage? So I just want to applaud your thinking. Thank you.
There are more questions. Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I just a question, and I'm not sure who it's for, but is there a difference between if we were to pass this as an act or if we were to pass it as a resolve? My fear is if you pass it as an act, it becomes codified in law, and future groups or future legislatures and everybody has to do it. If we pass it as a resolve and it goes to MDF, then it becomes their thing, whether or not it's supported by the legislature now or in the future. Just wondering if I'm thinking that right or if there's something I'm missing there.
I will go first. Yes, Mr. Breen.
I think substantively, Representative, a lot of the goal could be achieved in unallocated language or a resolve. I think, I was trying to honor the effort of proponents to not leave it at MDF's sole discretion as to whether to do this in the future. And so kind of plant a stake in that sense. And it's really up to the committee to take that approach or the other approach. However, I also think there's a lot of things in MDF statute, some of which we do constantly and deeply, and some of the things we do much more sparsely, if at all, based on available resources. And, we have an independent board of directors who prioritizes. I felt like there were things we could do no matter what to try to work to reflect more youth voice and needs into things like measures of growth, into things like the Policy Leaders Academy, and into just our bread and butter programming at MDF, even if the momentum or the resources for standalone type of things went away. So I thought it would be possible to both signal proponents that we were taking it seriously by putting in statute, but also be able to continue the spirit of that in certain ways, no matter what happened with the sunsetting and all the rest of it.
There are no other questions for our guest. We'll shift them all back to the attendee list and continue on debate. And if you could hang out there in case we come back with a question, we'll bring you back up. Thank you very much. Any other debate? Any other discussion? Are we ready for a motion? Representative Collmore.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'd just like to say that I definitely support the idea of bringing and incorporating young people into not just Realize Maine, but into the discussion of how our state's moving forward, period. We have an aging population. It's something that we need to address and keep our young people in Maine. I have a friend whose son is working in Massachusetts right now so that he can pay off his school loans and then come back to Maine once his school loans are paid off. And I think that that's a bummer because we're losing all of the revenue that he's giving to the state of Massachusetts to pay off his school loans. My concern with this particular bill as it's written is whether or not we can actually get what we're asking for out of this Realize Maine initiative. I think that it's better to incorporate it into that than to try to create something new. I like that movement, but I do worry that we may not meet the goal that we have intended for this. I like that there is a sunset on this because I think that that helps. If it doesn't work, we don't have to continue it. But I'm concerned with whether or not we can rev it up in the time that we have under that sunset. So that's just my concern right now.
Representative Bernard.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Curry. My biggest concern with this bill is that there have been so many changes, and I know everybody's been working really, really hard on it to try to get it to where you want. But even after the discussion that we just heard, I think Mr. Breen is still working on language for how to separate what might be 2 or 3 parts of this commission or anyway, it doesn't seem like the language is precise yet. So I would have difficulty voting in favor of it because it still seems somewhat loose to me. And so that's my biggest concern. And everybody does seem to understand that there is that overlapping age concern, and I appreciate that. And I know that that has to be worked on, but I'd just like to see the language be cleaner and give us more of a chance. I'll speak for myself. I would need more of a chance to digest and filter everything that's been changed in the last, 24, 48 hours, whatever it is, but we've seen it for just a few moments.
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've really appreciated the conversation this morning, and I have such respect for the Maine Development Foundation, having worked with them in different ways over the last 3-4 years, that what a great place to have this bill land. And I think hearing from Mr. Breen this morning was helpful as well. I think that we are wrestling with a very large elephant. Maybe it's more of an octopus. Maybe my animal analogy should just be put aside. There's a lot that we want to get out of this. And I think that with MDF's experience, we will get the absolute biggest bang for our buck here. And I'm excited about this. I feel really comfortable. And I won't make a motion just yet in case we do want to consider tabling this for a day or two. I know it has changed significantly and people may need to digest it more.
Representative Bailey.
I'm on mute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to respond to some of the pushback. I certainly hear the concern about just receiving some of this information and wanting to digest it. I do think that if this were a sort of an independent commission that was being created, that the need to sort of really stipulate all the different various provisions and outlines and nature of it would be really important for us to achieve. But because we are contracting essentially with MDF to build out basically the project, I think what we need to achieve with this is the framework of and sort of set what is it that we hope to achieve? What is the objective? what is it that we want, and then task MDF with building it out, because that's what they're so great at, right? They do this with various different projects and proposals, and they're so good at it, as Representative Pedworth mentioned, that I think that Mr. Breen has sort of outlined what this would look like, and giving them the flexibility to do, with this, what they've done with, the downtown group, with Leadership Maine, with all the other wonderful projects that they've built out. I do think that this would give them that flexibility to do this. And that's how I approach this maybe a little differently than if this were still sort of a commission versus something within MDF. So that was just my take on it. I wanted to share.
Representative Bernard, I have a question. Would you like to corner caucus, or would you like to suggest a table? I don't want to have anyone get overwhelmed and forced to vote in a way that they're not prepared to. We do have another day if we want to, or if you think no votes will change. If you don't think any votes will change, then we could go ahead and vote. If people want more time to digest, we could table with a goal of putting it back on Thursday. What's your preference there?
I think a quick corner caucus to discuss probably, we may be looking at tabling, but I'd love to talk to the caucus first.
Sure. Why don't we take 5 or 10 minutes to caucus, and then we'll come back. Can you shoot me a text when your caucus is ready? Great. Thank you very much. So we'll plan on taking a break for 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll see you back. Welcome back, everybody. Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to have a motion? Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Mr. Chair, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe before we tabled it, Representative Bailey had a motion ought to pass as amended.
On the last, I think that is the case. So Representative Bailey, you have a motion on the floor ought to pass as amended. You have since adjusted the amendment. Do you wish to revise your motion?
It just ought to pass as amended with the version that we reviewed today.
Okay, and I think going way back, I think that was Representative Roberts that originally seconded it. So I will trust that that's the case, and you agree with that. Any other comments, or are we ready for a vote? And Ms. Breton, will you call the roll?
So we have an ought to pass as amended with a new amendment made by Representative Bailey, seconded by Representative Roberts. Representative Geiger.
I'm sorry, did you say ought not to pass?
Ought to pass as amended.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ought to pass.
Representative Andrews.
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
That was a yes.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
No.
Senator Seaway, no. Representative Ducharme.
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin.
No.
Representative Austin, no. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes.
With 6 votes in the affirmative and 6 votes in the.
Point of order.
I think
No
that,
one asked for my vote.
oh, Representative Bernard, I'm skipped right over you. I'm sorry.
See?
That was because I wrote
Okay.
Representative Bailey's there. Representative Bernard.
No.
Representative Bernard, no. So we have 7 in the affirmative, 5 in
I
the
don't-
negative, 1 absent.
I don't believe that's the case.
Representative Collmore voted yes.
Representative Caliber. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I mistracked. So with 7 votes in the affirmative and 5 votes in the negative and 1 vote absent, the majority report will be ought to pass as amended. And the minority report, is it ought not to pass? If I could get a head nod from everyone who voted no, ought
Correct.
not to pass. Is that sufficient, Ms. Olson?
I'm not sure I actually had, I didn't see everybody, so I'm just gonna do it verbally.
Okay.
Representative Andrews, your minority report.
Ought not to pass.
Thank you. Senator Searway,
Ought not to pass.
Representative Ducharme,
Ought not to pass.
and Representative Austin.
Yes, the same.
Thank you. And Representative Bernard.
Thank you. Ought not to pass.
I saw some heads nodding, but I didn't catch all, so I just wanted to double check. Additionally, if I may, since I also had limited advance notice of the new amendment, although I was aware of its process. Do I have the committee, and in particular those who voted in favor of the motion's permission to check in with Mr. Breen as I review the amendment, just to make sure that if I have any questions as I'm drafting it or finalizing the draft, I guess would be.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
With that, we will close the work session on LD 1497 and thank our bill sponsors and the initiators of the bill for bringing it before us. We will now open the work session for LD 1650, an act to create a small business capital savings account program. And Ms. Olson, do you have the analysis?
I do, just a moment. Let me shift a couple things around.
I know when they hire organists, you have to be able to read a newspaper and play 3 different keyboards and move the pedals with your feet. Is there a similar application process for committee analysts?
There might be. I think next session, it'll be interesting to see how I handle actual paper or what it will really look like. Okay, can you, did you say LD 1650? Thank you, Jody.
1650, yes.
She's on top of it. She's got it posted for everyone to see. Okay. All right. LD 1650. This bill establishes the Small Business Capital Savings Account Program in the Department of Economic and Community Development to certify up to 30 businesses within the farming, fishing, or forestry industries eligible to claim a tax deduction for contributions made to qualifying small business capital savings accounts to be used for capital expenditures. The small business capital saving accounts are also established within the bill. The bill creates the tax deduction and establishes that withdrawals from the savings account are taxable income if not used for capital expenditures. Contributions to the capital savings account program end December 31st, 2024. DECD will report to the Taxation Committee on this program by December 15th of 2023, with the ability for the Tax Committee to report out legislation related to that report. So at the committee's request, I reached out to the Maine Revenue Service, who submitted a memo on this proposed piece of legislation. I have lifted a couple of things from that memo to talk about with some of the things that I identified, and then I've also included the memo both separately in the electronic LD file now and at the bottom of this bill analysis. So the definition of this financial institution within the bill refers specifically to the definition of financial institution in Title 36, Section 5206-D, subsection 8. That is the definition of financial institution for the purpose of the franchise tax. According to the Maine Revenue Service, this may be somewhat exclusive. In my look at the statutes, the committee could consider looking at the definitions available under Title 9B, financial institutions, Chapter 13 definitions. And you'll notice that in the referenced definition, they also reference Title 9B, Section 131. So it may make more sense to go to the original definitions rather than pull straight from the franchise tax section. And I not being a tax expert by any means, if we wanted to dig deeper into these, I would suggest having the representative from the Maine Revenue Service in to answer some more of those detailed tax code questions. Additionally, as currently written, the bill does not allow a deduction for contributions made to a small business savings account unless the contribution has been used for capital expenditures. So if you contribute to your small business savings account, but then you don't turn around and use it for a capital expenditure, the contribution would not be eligible for deduction as it's written because of the use of the word used. And you can find that in Section 3 of the bill. Additionally, the Small Business Capital Savings Account Program is repealed December 31st, 2024. So as written, that repeal says that no new contribution can be made, but it does not address withdrawals from the account. As written, the bill does not require withdrawals made after December 31st, 2024 that are not used for capital expenditures to be added back to Maine taxable income. So sections 2 and 4 of the bill. Again, that's outlined a little bit more extensively in the memo from Maine Revenue Service. And then it was also brought up, and we've heard this in other bills this year that relate to the sharing of information from Maine Revenue Service to DECD, that some information is considered confidential according to Title 36, Section 191. And so it may be necessary to enact an exception to Maine's confidentiality provision within there so that Maine Revenue Service can share the necessary taxpayer information with DECD for the purposes of administering the program. And then lastly, and well, it's a smaller note, but important nonetheless, Section 1, Paragraph 7, that talks about rules and other requirements. It reads that DECD and DAFs shall adopt rules, meaning requiring them to do so. More traditionally, it's they may adopt rules as necessary in order to administer the program. So small note there. In terms of information requests, as I said, the committee had asked the Maine Revenue Service to weigh in on the proposed bill. I provided that memo and I pulled some of those relevant sections, which we just spoke about. It was also mentioned during the public hearing that there was a similar bill brought forward in the 129th. There was LD 1156, an act to create the savings account program for small businesses, which is linked there if you'd like to take a look at it. The bill does vary from LD 1650 in many ways. Of note, though, the original bill established a savings account program for small businesses, did not limit the businesses to farming, fishing, or forestry industries. It was also not of a limited duration. It did not have a sunset provision. And LD 1156 was established within FAME and not DECD. And then in terms of the bill history, it was first introduced in the first regular session of the 129th. It was initially suggested to be referred to the IDEA committee, but then on the floor it was referred to taxation. There were 5 work sessions. The bill was tabled. It was carried over to the second regular session of the 129th. And during the second regular session, the bill had 2 work sessions. It was voted ought not to pass on February 11th and reported out ought not to pass on February 13th. This is not one of the bills that died as a result of the early closure for the pandemic. It was ONTP and reported out about a month before. And then Maine Revenue Service pointed out in reviewing the public hearing that it was asked if sales tax will be paid on these purchases. And currently there's a sales tax exemption for commercial agriculture, aquaculture, fishing, and wood harvesting. And the tax bulletin with those details are referred there. So the purchases, those capital expenditure purchases would have a sales tax exemption within those industries. The fiscal impact's not yet been determined officially, but the Maine Revenue Service did put forward some preliminary fiscal information. They estimate the cost of the bill to be administrative cost of the bill, to be $66,000 during fiscal year 21-22 for computer programming related to modifying income tax returns. The program is limited to just 30 businesses total, ideally 10 from each industry, although there's flexibility if 10 from each one hasn't applied to meet the needs of the other industries. And then other administrative costs are nominal and can be absorbed within current budgetary allotments. And then I have the memo below, and we can talk about anything in there that you have questions about. As I said, I pulled some of the most relevant information in to the bill analysis, but they do detail some more specifics, particularly in their bulleted points on pages, I think 2 through, it doesn't matter. The pages don't matter because it's in my bill analysis, so they don't match. All right, so that is what I have. Happy to answer questions. I didn't look actually at the participant list, so I'm not actually sure if the Maine Revenue Service representative is in there or not, but.
If a Maine Revenue Service representative is in there, I don't know their name. If they are, you could raise your hand and we would know. Does not appear so.
I don't see the name I would look for, but I don't know everyone over there. So.
Are there any questions for Ms. Olson? Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Olson. Sorry about that. Perfect timing. Did we hear from DECD about this bill at all?
We did not hear from DECD about this during the public hearing, and there was no testimony submitted either.
Are there other questions for Ms. Olson? Seeing none. Is the bill sponsor in the attendee list? Ms. Breton?
No, his aide just called me. He's testifying right now in judiciary, and then we'll be moving over here. So I'm watching for him.
Okay. Are there other comments? Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Maybe a question that has to wait for the sponsor, but I'm curious why it was moved from FAME to DECD from the original thing. We know that history.
Ms. Olson, do you know the history on that?
I don't, as the bill was ought not to pass, and in the taxation committee, I'm not as easily able to access all the documents from the previous year or previous session. So I know that obviously the number of work sessions indicates substantial work. The sponsor had indicated, and I don't believe it's the same sponsor as before, but had indicated that there was work, or at least conversations between Maine Revenue Service, DECD, and other stakeholders. But no further information was submitted about, obviously changes took place, limited the scope of the bill. And I don't know if what we have before us today represents any of the changes that were presented to the taxation committee or not, or to what extent, I should say.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you mind if I called on Dana Duran to come on and he could explain a couple of things on this?
No, if you have a question for Mr. Duran, that would be fine.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and promote Mr. Duran to the panelist.
If I could, I'll just note to follow up with Representative Collmore's question. I believe that most tax credits are in some way administered through DECD, like the Pine Tree Development Zone. So it might have just been a better house for that. I don't think FAME traditionally does the tax credits. So that is maybe why.
Welcome, Mr. Duran. Senator Searway has a question for you.
Yeah. Mr. Duran, would you mind explaining what you think on these new changes? I know there's a couple amendments and also what you think of the bill as it is at this point.
Sure, I would be happy to. And good morning to all of you, Representative Roberts, Senator Curry, members of the committee. Appreciate the question, Senator Searway. So just brief background. So I know there have been many statements, questions, etc. So brief background. So Senator Stewart was the original sponsor back in 2019 when the bill went to the taxation committee. I know there was a question about that. There obviously is a lot of history with the work. I know the analyst mentioned all of the work sessions that took place in taxation. So let me start with a question regarding FAME. So originally in 2019, the bill was written to have FAME work with DECD on the administration of the program. FAME testified and basically stated that because it's a tax credit program and DECD has prior experience with tax credit programs, that they would prefer not to be involved. So FAME effectively basically asked to be removed. So they were removed during all of the various work sessions. So that occurred. I also just want to respond briefly to the memo that was received by Maine Revenue Services. So Maine Revenue Services back in 2019, DECD testified in support of the bill. Commissioner Johnson actually testified in support of the bill. You can look up the testimony. We work very closely with DECD and with MRS to adjust the language to their concerns. In fact, I have several memos in my file, and I'd be happy to scan them and share them with the committee that we received from MRS back in 2019 and again in 2020 with their concerns. And so we worked with them to revise the language to something that would accommodate all of their concerns. So I'm a little surprised that they submitted the memo because they didn't testify on this bill this time, but we did work very closely with them to adjust the language to what you're seeing in this bill now to rectify most or if not all of those concerns. But again, I'm not speaking on their behalf. And then lastly, I know there was a question about the tax credits for sales tax for farming, fishing, and forestry. So it is true that on equipment used in the direct production for farming, fishing, and forestry, it is sales tax exempt, but it's very limited. So I'll give you an example for logging. For logging equipment to be tax exempt, it has to be in the severance of trees and processing of trees. So that would be any mechanical equipment that's used in the woods, but any tools, any pickups, commercial tractor trailers for sending wood to mills, et cetera, that equipment is not tax exempt. Any of your equipment that's used in a garage is not tax exempt. So I guess I'm not saying that the analyst was incorrect, but there are the definition for all three industries is a little limited. It isn't pervasive throughout all three of the industries. So I just wanted to provide that correction if I could. So I'll stop there and see if I answered all questions or maybe added further confusion.
Senator Sirway, follow up?
Now, they were looking at a couple fixes. I guess, Ms. Olson, I don't know if you could explain to them what the couple fixes that you mentioned would be needed, if that would interrupt anything.
Representative Ms. Olson, so is this from your bill analysis? Is that what you're, Senator Sirway, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah.
So many of the potential issues or technical problems that I identified also were identified in the Maine Revenue Service memo. And so again, I think it is up to the committee on how they'd like to move forward with these, with the exception, I think, of the change to the language around rulemaking from shall to may. That is a technical change that I believe should be made. That's not substantive. And then the definition of financial institutions, again, we could consider looking at that. The Maine Revenue Service indicated that it may be somewhat exclusive. And as I indicated, not being a tax expert, I did read all of the different definitions, both within the one that's provided from Title 36 on franchise tax, as well as the ones listed just in Title 9B about financial institutions. So if in some way using the definition from franchise tax is done purposefully to either include or exclude certain entities, I would need some more guidance on that. But if it's not done to purposely include or exclude individuals, then it may make more sense to pull definitions from the financial institutions definitions chapter about the different types of financial institutions. These are like savings banks, industrial banks, savings and loans, credit unions, trust companies, so a variety of different types. So I would need to have further guidance probably internally from my office if the intention in using the franchise tax definition wasn't substantive. And then again, I think it would be good to hear from the bill sponsor, who I see is now here, just about the sort of how the sunrise provision related to contributions and what happens to withdrawals and whether or not they're tax, if there's a deduction from that or not moving forward. So again, I think before considering those changes, it might be good to hear from the sponsor.
I see I've brought in Senator Stewart. So welcome, Senator Stewart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you all today.
And as we've, so we've gone through the bill analysis and we're at questions, but I wanted to ask you, what has anything changed for you in this? Are you, yeah, what are, make a pitch.
Well, and I do apologize. I had the wrong link when I was trying to log on when you folks first started the bill analysis. So I didn't catch most of that. I just sort of caught the tail end. I mean, the long and the short of it really is that it's a pilot project. You know, the impact on state coffers will be negligible, but the upside is potentially substantial. And I think that if, you know, we want to look at ways to really help those key industries in Maine, particularly ones that impact our ability to export goods, which is really the backbone of economies. We should look at creative ways to do things a little bit differently. And I think that this is one option that might yield a pretty substantial benefit to some of those key industries that employ several folks in our districts. So I don't know if anybody has any specific questions at this point. Happy to answer them if you do.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Are there any questions for Senator Stewart? Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Stewart, we just went over, there was a little glitch there that our analyst, Ms. Olson, said about the financial part. She's kind of concerned about, and I think if that could be straightened out, it seems like it's not too bad a bill. It's just a matter of getting that part fixed. And I don't know if we can do that during language. I guess I'll have to ask our analysts about that. What you know, how much it takes to get that straightened out. But what's your thoughts on that? I don't know if you heard any of it. But
I apologize, Senator. I don't think I was here for whatever component that was. So maybe if she could.
Ms. Olson, would you mind sharing that this was the difference between the definition of financial institution?
With the committee's permission, I'll just run through. I'm going to go from the memo from Maine Revenue Service now that just kind of talk about some of the changes. Some I think may be considered substantive. Others might be things that could be addressed more, if you will, on internal review. But if I'll go over them more in detail now.
Sure.
Okay. Should I share it? Do you guys want me to share it again? Okay.
Go ahead and share.
So again, I pulled sections from the memo into my own bill analysis that correlated with information that I had identified as well, but I'm just going to go from their memo at this point, Maine Revenue Services memo. So there are a couple of things to consider. And again, some of these are up to the committee's discretion. So they're not necessarily technical issues that I'm identifying within from my office, but are here. As the bill is written, it applies to C corporations, S corporations, and sole proprietorships, but not other types of businesses such as partnerships. The one that I had mentioned before, the use of the word used about contributions being eligible for the deduction. That's in section 3 of the bill. It says an amount up to $250,000 in the tax year contributed to a small business capital savings account by an eligible small business certified by DECD and used for capital expenditures. So it says and used for capital expenditures, which means that you only get the deduction if the money is used. So again, that could be done purposefully. It's not necessarily a technical issue, but one to note for the committee to be aware of. The definition of eligible small business, again, I'll direct the committee to, that is on page 1 of the bill in paragraph 2, definitions, eligible small business. MRS suggested defining the term full-time equivalent in the relation to the employees of the business. Right now, that would be up to DCD's discretion about what a full-time equivalent employee might be. And then they suggested adding that a business must be taxed as a C corporation, S corporation, or sole proprietor for federal income tax purposes. I believe that there may be a difference between federal and state identification of these. Yep.
Go ahead.
I can pause. We can keep going. It's up to the committee how they'd like to.
Senator
proceed.
Searway, this originated from your question to Senator Stewart. I think you were wanting to get his reaction to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So Senator Stewart, so in regards to those issues, do you see those as technical issues or as substantive issues that you were intending?
I mean, I think, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think they're more technical in nature. I mean, if I certainly don't have any objection if the committee wants to just include partnerships as well, that would be fine. I mean, I don't know how many partnerships you would get in these three, industries, but if that's of interest to the committee, that's fine. I mean, the term used is one that maybe, some additional guidance in terms of what I guess their concern is. I will say too that this language was largely used in the rendition that was in front of the tax committee 2 years ago, and then the year before that as well, and that was not brought up as a concern then. So I'm not exactly sure what the issue now is with that particular word. I think it might be helpful to have a representative from the industry weigh in there as well. So maybe that would be a possibility at some point soon here as well. The difference between federal and income, I mean, so that's I certainly don't have an issue, I don't think, with the full-time equivalent language. Again, this is the first that's been brought to my attention as a problem. Same language as last year that MRS reviewed and didn't comment on at that point. And I mean, obviously there's difference between, this would be a deviation from federal tax conformity, which is why it's a pilot, right? I want to underscore that point. What we're proposing here is a pilot project with 30 businesses at most, mostly for the purposes of information gathering. This is not an adoption wholesale of Maine's entire tax code. And this is really not a very substantive change in general for that reason, that it's a pilot project to gather some information. So I don't want, the baby to get thrown out with the bathwater here, thinking that this is, going to be a wide sale adoption of something. It's an idea, right? This is the idea committee. This is what we're doing. That's why it's in front of you folks here to determine whether you think it's an idea that may have some benefit or not. And that's really, from a high level, the long and the short of it. But I do think it probably would be helpful for you folks as you weigh some of these considerations to hear from somebody within the industry.
Senator Stewart, Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Stewart. I have a question. In looking at this, my concern is not only it being a double benefit, but potentially a triple tax benefit when the income's originally exempted from the tax, and then second, when the capital purchase is expensed, and then third, because unlike the retirement account comparison, no tax is paid at the time funds are withdrawn to make the capital purchase either, because they are exempt from capital purchase tax there. So as you've been through this in the tax committee, a double benefit is usually a red flag. So now I'm seeing a triple benefit. I'm wondering kind of what's going on there.
So I don't, believe that characterizing it as a triple benefit, particularly on that third example with regard to a capital expense being treated the same as a retirement withdrawal. I think those are those are viewed as two different things in the tax code for a reason, right? Usually, I mean, we're talking about a very narrow scope of things that this money could be used for, as opposed to if you withdraw from, retirement, you could conceivably use that money for anything. I guess characterizing it as a double benefit, you could conceivably do that, except for the fact that when you do make a purchase, you would be paying sales tax on that item. So you are not skirting the tax system entirely. You're just paying a different form of tax. But there's a reason that those are set aside in our tax code and treated differently anyway, which is because of the reason that we want businesses to be successful. And so we want them to be continuing to plow back into their businesses with their equity to be able to expand and grow and create new jobs, rather than either sit on that money or just profit it and either give it to shareholders, in which case there really wouldn't be any here outside of the actual owners. But the incentive is there to create more jobs, right? So when you see an increase in the incentives to expense more capital, you'll see a correlation between more jobs created through that capital. And that's what ultimately we're trying to do here, and figure out if there's creative ways that we may be able to do that. Hopefully that answers your question, Representative.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So you had just said that sales tax will be paid on the purchases. I don't believe that's accurate, because there's a sales tax exemption for commercial, agriculture, aquaculture, fishing, and wood harvesting capital purchases. So they would not be paying sales tax. So did you see what I mean by there's at least if not a triple, there's a double benefit there?
That I'm not an expert on the tax code. May need to confirm that with someone who is.
We have some from the department here if you need to do that.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there other questions for Senator Stewart? Yep. Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a more general question. Thank you, Senator Stewart. I'm wondering about the timing of this bill. When it was first introduced, it was prior to COVID. It was prior to the Relief Act. We now are looking at a different place as we emerge from COVID. We have a huge amount of federal money coming to this state. We have our state agencies working overtime trying to figure out how to write the rules, get that money out to those who need it, including businesses. I'm just wondering why, if this bill, which was of course submitted prior to the American Relief Act passing, if we shouldn't wait and see where the dust settles when the administration has done their work to get things out, to see where we are. I mean, I'm just aware that logging wood is at an all-time high right now. So I'm trying to figure out why now is the time, given that so much else is happening that will change the amount of income, the amount of work headed toward companies getting back on their feet.
So thanks for the question, Representative. And certainly if the committee decides that, as things are circling the drain this session, if they want to carry this bill over so that they can do sort of an analysis like what you alluded to, and see what may come out of a supplemental budget, and then reapproach this issue in another 6 months or so. I don't have an objection to that. I will say there's a couple of things to point out that are pretty critical, though. I don't believe that the loggers themselves were able to access the federal PPP money. And additionally, I've seen some reports that you're right that the price of wood has gone sky high, but the benefit to the folks that are doing that work at the ground level has not substantially increased. And again, I do feel, I feel compelled to mention again that we do have an industry expert here that can talk more fluently on all of these things than I can, and would defer to him in that regard.
Chair recognizes Representative Bailey and Senator Stewart. I just want to let you know that we did hear from Mr. Doran before you got in. So we're open to questions now. Senator Bailey, or Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Stewart, I know you care a lot about businesses of all size and big and small, and I'm curious with this particular approach. I'm just trying to think about. I certainly want to be supportive of our logging industry. It's a traditional Maine industry. It employs a lot of Mainers, and I understand that as Representative Geiger said, it can be a very profitable industry, and it certainly is right now. Of course, there are also getting over the hurdle of the capital expenditures. It's also a very capital expenditure heavy industry as well, and I certainly understand. I could appreciate that. I mean, I'm just curious why, sort of your take on. I'm just trying to think. Be able to put $250,000 away in a savings account after I've already paid my employees, paid off my debts for the year. My business is probably doing pretty good to be able to outlay that versus, say, like a loan program at Fame, with 0% interest payback for 24 months or something like that. Why? I'm just trying to understand sort of the landscape and different approaches. Why something like this versus perhaps maybe like a loan program that might make it easier for maybe startups or smaller companies that maybe are having a more difficult time or don't have the means to purchase this equipment to do so. And maybe you can help me just understand, or based on your conversations.
Sure. And thanks for the question. And I would say that that's certainly an option, right? A loan is always an option. The thing about a loan is you got to pay it back. Usually there's interest associated with it, even if there's no interest for a period of time, right? So the benefit of this is that you wouldn't have anything to pay back in the long term, right? There'd be no interest associated with it. You'd be able to make that purchase when you need to make that purchase. And that's the key, right? So the key is if we're telling businesses that you have to spend the money now so you can lower your tax exposure and maybe make a purchase before you actually need it, and a piece of equipment is depreciated all the way down, that's not as efficient of a model as you make the expense when you actually need to make the expense. And if you know the expense is coming in 2 or 3 years, and you can set that money aside and save for that, that then limits your exposure on the back end in terms of what you would maybe have to pay in interest, right, or other fees and whatnot. And while certainly it's great that there are some low interest or no interest loans available, I wouldn't say that they're ubiquitous, and certainly. I know that Mr. Duran could talk about the riskiness of the logging industry. It's an inherently risky business, and so that can make it harder to, secure some of that capital at times. And so that's another benefit of just being able to use their own money to do it when they need to do it, as opposed to, forcing their hand or completely missing the opportunity, and they then, just recorded it as profit, pay the taxes, moved on. Well, then the next year they have a bad year, and then it's not available to them then. And then the only option, maybe if they can get approved for a lower no interest loan, which maybe that can happen, maybe it can't. If I can circle back real quick to one point earlier too, with regards to tax exemptions, the tax exemption is only for in regards to the sales tax, is only in production equipment, and it's not on all equipment. And so there's other types of equipment that are not exempted that you would have to pay sales tax on. So I know I covered a lot of ground there, but hopefully that helped.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator. If you're done for a minute, I think the comment that Representative Bailey made about, we all know the products, wood products right now, anybody that's building a home or doing any sort of remodeling that they got themselves into, and then this has happened, it's just plain out of sight. So anybody that waited patiently to put their house on the market, thought they got a good price for it because it's a good sale time, immediately had an attitude adjustment when they went to buy their supplies for their home. So if I may, Mr. Chair, could we have Mr. Dorian come in and maybe address that? Because I think it can look like one thing about the profitability for our logging folks and be an entirely different thing for them now on the ground. And I oddly enough, just 2 days ago, I was doing my jaunt out on Yarmouth Road and a truck stopped and he brought up this very issue. So help me God. And so it was just kind of ironic. And I said, well, yeah, you know, we're working to do some things to try to help. So maybe Mr. Dorian could put a little meat on those
Mr.
very
Dorian is
bare
here.
bones.
Yeah, Mr. Dorian is here. So I think he heard your question. So
Thank you.
welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Senator.
Mr. Dorian. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Curry, and thank you, Representative Austin, for the question. So, yeah, there was a great article in yesterday's Central Maine newspapers. I think it was also in the Portland Press Herald. So if you have a chance to look at that article, I would encourage you to do so. So the article is on what has happened with building construction prices, specifically any timber that has gone into building construction, what's happened to those prices and what has happened to the money that might be going back to landowners and contractors. And that will give you a great education on what has and what has not transpired. Building materials have gone up 300% in the last year. Right now, the prices that are being paid to contractors, the loggers who produce the raw product, are actually 11% lower than they were 10 years ago during the Great Recession. And they're 4% lower for the fees that are paid to landowners for the timber that they produce on their own land. So what that tells you is that contractors are receiving not only no benefit from the 300% increase, but they're actually being paid less than they were 10 years ago. So I appreciate the interest, but the facts are that contractors are actually making even less than they were a decade ago. And we are seeing no benefit of any of this. And I actually wrote an op-ed in the Bangor Daily News about a month ago about this exact same issue. So I think it's helpful for the committee to know that the contractors are getting poorer in this entire process. And I will also add, a year ago, the J Mill blew up, and we've lost 2 million tons of market share in the last year. And that is 100,000 truckloads of wood have no home. So I just want to add that to kind of the historical remembrance of what's going on in the market right now. And I know Representative Geiger, you also you asked about, not to go off, I'm not going on a tangent, but I just want to respond to another statement. Should we wait and see what happens with all the federal money? Logging contractors have received no federal aid other than access to PPP over the last year, zero. So I just want to make sure folks know that. So not only do we have fewer markets, we're getting paid less, but we also have not received little to no aid from the federal government. So anyway, I'll stop there.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I would just reiterate what Mr. Duran had said. I think the impetus of the bill is to try and help keep people in the business who are basically and have been trading dollars for a number of years because pricing has been so low. And while we go to Home Depot and see that there are 2x4s are $10 each, the guys that are pulling it out of the woods they're not getting $10 each out of that. that is just not getting down to the guys that are making that happen. So I'm in support of this because I think that number one, we're losing those people in the woods because the cost to entry into the woods is so high. And this might incentivize some of them that are in the woods already to continue, because that woods equipment does need to be replaced on a regular basis. So that's why I'm in support of it. And I agree with what Mr. Duran said. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I had raised my hand before Mr. Dorian talked about the article because I had read that article and the follow-up article to that article as well, also in the Portland Press Herald. And I can't find it. So I'm trying to remember in it, I thought I remembered reading something along the lines of the reason why our loggers and those people are not seeing the increase. And as somebody who is currently building and trying desperately to use local sawmills because I can't afford the Home Depot prices, I am seeing these costs just unbelievable. When we started building, it was 250% less expensive. But I thought I remembered reading something along the lines of that one of the reasons, and this goes along with the J Mill thing, that they're not seeing that is because the pulp part of, or the leftover parts of that wood that's the cutoff has nowhere to go, so they can't sell it. So we're not seeing newspaper printing the same way or magazine printing, and that's what our leftover stuff is good for, whereas the southern states and the southern pine that grows faster is better for things like toilet paper and stuff like that. Am I remembering that correctly? Is that one of the reasons why you're having such an issue?
Okay, Mr. Doran.
Thanks, Representative Collmore. So that is definitely part of it. With reduced markets from softwood pulp production, for instance, the J Mill, you don't have pressure for resource. And so when you have reduced markets, so again, take any softwood tree, a pine tree, a spruce fir tree, a hemlock tree. Part of that tree is going to be saw log material. It could be used for building construction, but part of that tree is also it can't be used for building materials. And so it has traditionally gone into a pulp market, so that we can utilize every component of a tree stem can be used for some value added product. When you don't have a home for the low value product or the pulp product, there's no competition for that resource. And when that competition for the resource is reduced because of reduced market share, then the manufacturers of building products can effectively lower their prices even more because they're the only game in town. So you are absolutely correct. When you have reduced markets for pulpwood, it has an impact upon the price that's paid for the commodity at the building material manufacturer level. So you're absolutely correct.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And then the other thing that I thought I remembered reading is that one of the things that these sawmills, the reason they can't amp up production and they're basically empty, is because a lot of them shut down there. We had a lot that shut down during the recession, and we had some that continued but had to move down their production opportunities and do not buy new equipment because they don't know what's going to happen in the future, and that a savings plan like this would allow them to save for allowing them to expand, but not have to pay the income tax part that comes along with trying to save for capital equipment. Am I understanding that correctly as well?
Question for me as well, I assume?
I think that was, yes.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to assume. So just to make sure I have your question, I was thinking of something else. Representative Collmore, can you just ask me that question one more time so I make sure I have it clear?
Yes, absolutely. So what I'm trying to understand is there is a huge demand right now for
Okay.
specific building materials.
Yes.
But sawmills are not looking to increase their capital investments because they don't know what it's going to look like down the road. But a savings plan like this could help them plan for that, and that's what I'm trying to understand if I've got
Okay.
that right.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. I had a couple of thoughts in there. So yes, a year ago when things shut down, yes, the sawmills definitely curbed things, but by midsummer last year, they were in peak production and have been in peak production ever since. If you were to drive by a Hammond Lumber, a Hancock Lumber, a Pleasant River Lumber, Irving, Stratton, you will see their yards chock full of wood right now. They have more wood than they can actually saw into timber. So again, I'm not going on a tangent, but you've got a very odd supply and demand. You have demand, which is through the roof from the consumer, and you have a supply of timber, which is also through the roof. So normally you would have some kind of equilibrium where you had high demand, low supply. We don't have that right now. We've got high demand, high supply. And that again plays into what mills are willing to pay. Back to your question about what's happening with the contractors who produce that fiber. So yes, many of them are very reticent to invest because they've lost employees. They've had to pay employees off. They don't know what the future is going to look like. They don't know, what product or commodity they're going to be able to continue to sell, especially if you look at future markets. Let's say there's a pullback of demand from the consumer on building materials. We have a double whammy that will happen at that point, because if they pull back, we're not going to be even producing material to go into sawmills. So we're going to see an even further reduction in the price paid by sawmills. So folks are very reticent to invest right now. So yes, back to your initial question, having something like this almost as, it's not a rainy day fund because it's very surgical. And going back to 2 years ago, the committee said we might be interested in this, but it has to be surgical. It can't be for any business related expense. So that's why we went to capital expenses, so that it had to go towards some type of equipment that's used in the business that was physical. And yes, this could be a great rainy day fund to be able to be tapped into for the next 3 years as a pilot, to tap into when they need it, rather than when they basically are forced with, well, we have to go buy the equipment because we don't want to pay tax on it. Let's put it away for the future. So long-winded answer to a short question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorn. Seeing no other questions for Mr. Dorn or Mr. Stewart, I want to thank you for being here and open up any other questions or comments. Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we should bring in Anya Trundy from MRS just to clarify
Okay.
anything in the
Ms.
memo.
Brennan, if you could bring in Anya Trundy.
Good morning. I don't know. Do you want me to add my 2
Good
cents?
morning. I'm sorry. Representative Roberts has a question for you.
I don't know if you were listening and there were some questions, and do you want to just kind of go over the questions that were put out there and regarding the memo and double or triple taxation and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is definitely a double tax benefit. I think the way the Maine Revenue Services looks at it is that they see it as there potentially being a third tax benefit as well, for exactly the 3 things that Representative Roberts laid out. It's the fact that the income is exempted in the first place. That when at the point in time that you make the capital purchase, you're likely to be able to fully expense it. And then also there's no tax paid on it at the point of withdrawal. I I think the one thing though that I haven't heard yet, and this was a really big motivation for the reason that the tax committee voted this bill ought not to pass unanimously a year ago, is that and we had several meetings with the sponsor in which this was something that Maine Revenue Services raised, and it was kind of the thing that we just couldn't get to see the need for this bill, because the federal tax motivation is going to be so much greater. The federal tax treatment, if you can put away $250,000 into a savings account versus buying the equipment at that time and being able to expense it with what the federal tax rates are as compared to the state tax rates. I mean, we're talking federal tax rates in the high 20s and higher versus state tax rates, around 6 or 7%. And so being able to, at the time, expense that capital purchase on your federal return is going to be worth more than being able to put the money away in a savings account and shield it from state tax rates. And so that was the thing that the tax committee just couldn't really find the underlying business motivation for this bill, because the federal tax treatment is going to win out when push comes to shove.
Are there any questions for Ms. Trundy? Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Not a question, but I have heard enough, and when the time is right, I would vote ought not to pass on this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question to Anya. Is she there? Oh, yeah, she's over there.
I'm still here.
I was just wondering, was there a reason why you didn't testify on this, and now all of a sudden it's like it's better not to have it? What was the reasoning? Because I thought you had worked with them trying to come up with an answer to help the logging companies.
So the reason that we didn't testify this year is honestly that the bill kind of slipped past us. Truthfully, it's a tax bill. We weren't looking for it to be over here in the IDEA committee. And so we just missed it the first go round. And so Rachel brought it to our attention. But I will also say, yes, Maine Revenue Services met with the sponsor and Mr. Duran a couple of times about what our concerns were with the original bills and the various amendments during the last legislative session. But this wasn't a bill that the Maine Revenue Services supported. And ultimately, there came a point in time when this bill was before the tax committee when Maine Revenue Service, we deal with so many bills that when we have a bill that we don't support, we really can't do a ton of work to get it across the finish line. And so Senator Stewart and Mr. Duran worked with the analyst at the tax committee to come up with the final version of this bill. But it was not something that Maine Revenue Services was behind.
And just to follow up on that, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I just wondering, you had mentioned about how it would benefit them to go the way with the state compared to federal and whatever on loans. Is there any avenue or for these logging companies to have that? I don't know if they need training or they need a way to do this, because it seems like it's going to be complicated for the average person to understand that. And that's the other part of that.
I don't think that we're talking about average people, doing their taxes using TurboTax. I think there's enough money involved and complexity in these businesses that these folks all have accountants, and the accountant is going to advise them that the federal tax treatment is more valuable than being able to put $250,000 away and shield it from Maine income taxes. So that's the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry. Ms. Trundy, could you just mention that these businesses that could take advantage of this particular bill would probably have their own accountants, and they would be told, do something else instead. My question is, since this is a pilot project, and since it really wouldn't cost the state much, if anything, what would be the harm in putting it in to allow some places to use it? I mean, I see that when Dana Duran tells me that this is important to people in his industry, that means something to me. So I wonder if it's one more tool that some people could use, and would there be a reason not to make that available to people, for example, in forestry or in agriculture?
I think that given that it is a pilot program, one of our concerns about it is that the administrative cost for Maine Revenue Services adding lines to the income tax return has been estimated about $66,000. And so right now, where it's limited to 30 taxpayers, the administrative cost outweighs probably the benefit of it.
Thanks for
your Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. One of the things that I struggle with is we're told that we're supposed to be looking at things from a policy perspective. And at the same time, we're now worried about how this is all going to play. This is a pilot project that that will sunset in 3 years. And it's a tool that may be used by some in the logging industry, albeit some may not, if their accountants are in fact saying, no, you're better off to do the other way. But I'm not sure why we would say, no, we don't want to do this. I mean, I think we're at a point in the logging industry where we have to try a whole lot of things to see if we can stimulate people going into the woods, staying in the woods. Because as Mr. Duran said a while ago, in not too distant future, we're going to be struggling to have people in the woods. So that's kind of where I'm at, and I struggle with that.
That sounds like more of a statement than a question. So I won't put that to our guest before us. Are we ready for the question? Do people know where they are? I see a couple hands up. Did you have more questions, or are you ready for the vote?
I would just like to ask Ms. Trundy just a couple of quick questions.
Yep, Representative Hassenfuss.
Ms. Trundy, I've got a couple of questions. Mr. Chair, may I ask multiple questions, or?
We'll start with one.
Okay. My first question is, this would only apply to the state tax amount that they pay. And the state tax rate is, somewhere between 6 and 7% for corporations, correct?
Yes, I mean, you're going to be looking at graduated tax rates,
and then,
but yes.
So let's say that they're all at that top rate. You put $250,000 aside. They save maybe $16,000 or so for Maine income taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And then my final question is, you mentioned in your written memo there that the bill provides multiple benefits to certified businesses for certain capital assets purchased with the funds. And you talk about the depreciation deduction and a few other deductions. Can you just explain the interplay between the currently available deductions that these companies can take on that, and how this bill would then either cooperate with those or conflict with those?
Are you are you asking about the I think we itemized the research and development tax credit, the Pine Tree development zones, and some others. Are those the ones that you were asking about? Or are you asking about depreciation, bonus recapture, section 179?
I think more the depreciation, bonus recapture, and 179, but any of those that you'd like to speak to. I'm just curious as to your take on how this will impact the total tax liability from year 1 to year 3 or what have you, and just kind of explain that paragraph.
I mean, that's good. It's going to depend on the taxpayer, and and there are always other variables with each taxpayer. But with bonus depreciation in 179, it used to be back prior to the 2008 recession that that you would buy a capital asset and then you depreciate it over time. But the federal tax policies coming out of that to encourage capital purchases, they were made such that you could, instead of taking dividing up that cost of a capital asset over a 30-year life, you'd instead be able to expense a large percentage of it or all of it immediately. And so that benefit of expensing it immediately means that you'd get, that would be an amount that you'd take your income and you'd subtract that expense from your income. And, what you're left with is the amount that you would be charged taxes on. And so it's a lot more valuable to be able to depreciate something at an accelerated rate or to expense it completely right up front at the time of purchase. Does that answer the question?
Unfortunately, I think to fully gather all the stuff, it would take about 3 more hours to depreciation and recapture and delaying that and different things. So I think for now that's sufficient. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Chair Curry. I don't know if we're at this point yet, but at some point, I know how we've been handling pieces of legislation that we would like to have carried over, and we've been tabling first. So are we at a point where you would ask for a motion to table?
You can certainly motion to table, and that would end debate. We would go ahead with a vote to table.
I don't mean to cut off any other questions, but if there are other questions, please do that. And then I would like to come back with my motion to table.
Why don't you go ahead and make the motion?
Okay. Then I would like to make a motion to table the bill before us, Bill 1650.
And I would second that. I think it's a important thing for the logging industry.
Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
Yeah, I have a tabling motion made by Representative Bernard, seconded by Senator Seaway. So if you're in favor of tabling, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
No.
Representative Geiger, no. Representative Andrews.
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth.
No.
Representative Pebworth, no. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
No.
Representative Hassenfuss, no. Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Bailey, no. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
No.
Representative Roberts, no. Senator Curry.
No.
Senator Curry, no. That's 7 in the negative, 5 in the positive. The motion fails.
So the motion on the, do we have another motion on the floor or any comment? Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Oh, this is a comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I think Mr. Duran and several of the loggers we heard testify made a real case that logging is in trouble. Clearly, the market has ceased to function. So what I am hearing is there's an oversupply of buildable wood, and yet the price of buildable wood has never been so high. The market doesn't seem to be responding to the fact that there's a lot of wood by driving down prices. We have lost the J mill, and therefore there is no place to bring soft pulpwood. My problem is I don't see that this bill in any way fixes any of those market failures, and it appears to be helping businesses that are already successful rather than the loggers who are really struggling. They don't have extra money to put aside to save a tax. And those that do are going to be following Ms. Trundy's advice, which is huge federal tax gains by buying it and depreciating it immediately under federal law. So I totally sympathize with loggers. I just don't see that this bill does a thing to help them. And therefore we'll be voting ought not to pass.
I recognize Representative Roberts.
Thank you. Clarification, Mr. Chair. Is there a motion on the table and has it been seconded?
There is not yet. There is not.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion ought not to pass on LD 1650.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded, ought not to pass. Any further comment? Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I share Representative Geiger's thoughts that we need to do something here, but I don't think allowing for essentially a max savings of $16,000 for 10 particular businesses in one industry is the way to do it. First off, those businesses are going to have to be doing extremely well to be able to say, I want to set $250,000 aside, forego the benefit that I would get by purchasing that equipment now through federal taxes, and I'll pay those federal taxes and I'll wait to get a discount on Maine state taxes later in a maximum amount of approximately $16,000, with the added costs and updating everything with Maine revenue system. I think it would make much more sense to structure a plan to get the money directly to the organizations that need it to get away the cost of entry, so that these businesses that can't buy the machinery because they don't have the capital can have some sort of program where they can do it and buy the capital, instead of saying you're a business that already has the capital, you just don't want to pay as much in taxes on it, so we'll give you $16,000 break here, only for 10 of you though in this pilot program. I think we'd be better served as an industry and as a whole to focus directly in on where the holes are, instead of working this really complex tax juggling act between whether you pay the federal government now and get a benefit from the state government later. And I think we can do better than this bill at fixing, the problem that we see there. And that's why I'm going to vote ought not to pass and say, let's do something, but this isn't it.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, let's just say I'm a simple gal. So when I look at this, and I have a lot of loggers here in my district, I thought one of the benefits was that they are feeling this is such a precarious economic situation right now that they do not want to go out and invest. I would say, I'll say skidder, just so you'll know I'm in the right trade. I think we're talking $250,000 for some of these pieces of equipment. As a matter of fact, believe it or not, I just got a text that one of my excavators has just had to go out and buy a new excavating machine today. because it broke yesterday. These loggers may not be able to instantly replace some of the equipment that they think they would like when the economy breaks loose a little for them. So I thought it was really an asset to help them in their timing, but I could have really just mixed that all up, and that's why I would have been supportive. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I minored in forestry, and I know how hard they work, and I know it takes a lot for machinery. I know some of this machinery is up as high as $400,000, $500,000 for the limbers and some of these heavy equipments. And there's some small businesses. This is not just corporate. This is to help the small business, and that federal money, which she's talking, $250,000, take that and put it aside and try to do this and that. That's more corporate than it is small business. So I think, when you're talking increase of 300% for lumber, and then they're taking a cut of 11% back in the 80s. I mean, I had breakfast with a logger the other day, and he said they have to take the cut, and they have to have, because the owner's not going to take a cut and the truckers are not going to take a cut, the loggers get the cut, and that's the ones that's doing the work. And so I have to, with good conscience, I feel I've got to support them, and that's what I'm going to do. I think that this is one step of a pilot program. When I see all this other spending going on, and this is the number one commodity in our state, and we're not going to take care of them, that to me is not a good idea. So I'm supporting this loggers. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that we need to be doing more for our logging industry and for our other agricultural industries. This may not be the only thing that's on the table to try to fix and help those industries that are, in my opinion, suffering quite a lot, especially with the shutting down of all of our paper mills and things like that, and the loss of the J Mill piece of equipment that exploded and was decided not to be replaced. I think that even if it's only a little bit of a help, shouldn't we be doing it? Shouldn't we be doing something to help our small businesses? And if nobody uses it, what's the harm in it? Because it's a pilot program. And if it doesn't work, it has a sunset, and we move on and try to find something else. So I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. I would support an ought to pass motion. Thank you.
Are we ready for a vote? Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
Yeah, I have an ought not to pass motion made by Representative Geiger, Representative Roberts, and seconded by Representative Geiger. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I saw Representative Geiger's hand go up. That's why I grabbed her name. So on an ought not to pass, if you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
No.
Representative Collmore, no. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway?
No.
Senator Seaway, no. Representative Ducharme?
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin?
No.
Representative Austin, no. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
No.
Representative Bernard, no. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That looks like a 6-6 with Senator Lucchini absent.
So with a 6 in the affirmative and 6 in the negative, we will wait till the final vote is placed in based on our rules to determine which is the majority and which is the minority. So the motion ought not to pass will be one is Ms. Olson. Do you need to ask what the other motion would be? So we know the one report will be ought not to pass. Representative Collmore.
I would like to propose an ought to pass as amended that would fix the language issues that Ms. Olson found in the bill that would make it cohesive.
I'm with that. There are a few things of note I would just like to cover with those 6 of you who would be maybe, sorry, not an assumption, those that might support that. If I'm going to do that now. I'm going to put it on the screen and just kind of make sure we're on the same page about some of those language changes. And then there's just one section that I need to make sure everyone understands what's going on. So again, most of those things I identified, we can consider just language changes, updating definitions and making sure that they point to what the intent is. But one thing that's come up through conversation is under eligible businesses. Right now it's a C corporation, S corporation, or a sole proprietorship. There was some talk about adding partnership or potentially other classifications of businesses here. So look for direction from the individuals who might support this report on what they would like to do with that.
I would support adding partnership onto that.
Okay. On internal review, if I determine that it would be better to use a different definition for financial institution upon bringing it back for language review, would it be okay for me to look into that?
Yes.
Okay. There is some note about how to phrase the application and repeal dates. Again, I will have a conversation internally about whether that should be structured, especially just on the phrasing of this. But I'll bring that back on language review just to make sure that we're starting and stopping with the appropriate dates. And then the last area just that I wanted to make sure that we look at, because I'm not sure I made this particularly clear. So in here where we're changing, this is changing the tax code in Title 36. I'll make it bigger because it's tiny. I've highlighted the parts here. So sections 2 and 3 refer to modifications or computations of taxable income of residents and individuals. Sections 4 and 5 are modifications for tax on corporations. So we've got sections 2 and 4 are about funds that are withdrawn if not used for capital expenditures. So they would be added. They would be added to back to your taxable income. So if you withdrew from your small business capital savings account, but you didn't use it for a capital expenditure, then it goes back to your income, taxable income. Sections 3 and 5 are about making contributions to the small business capital savings. So in the case of 3 and 5, you would only get a deduction or you'd only get a deduction for the contribution if it was actually used for a capital expenditure. So the contribution itself in that tax year of up to $250,000 as it's written doesn't get you the deduction. You would have to then turn around and use the $250,000 for a capital expenditure. I'm not sure that's the intent from the conversation that I heard this afternoon.
So would it have to be that they planned to use it for capital expenditures? How do you fix that language, Ms. Olson?
If any contribution, the contribution itself, if the desire was to have it be a deduction when the money is put in, regardless of its end use, then we could just remove the and used for capital expenditures with the idea that it's referring to the program which already states the intended purpose is for capital expenditures. Then on withdrawing it, if you withdrew it and used it for something other than a capital expenditure, it would go back to your taxable income. If you withdrew it and used it for the capital expenditure, then it would be it would be covered. But I might have again, I'd have to look at how to phrase this. But as it stands right now, you'd only get the deduction for the contribution if it was actually then used in that same tax year. So I'd have to, if the intent is for you to be able to contribute without also having to turn around and use it for capital expenditure in that year, and still get the deduction, I'll look, as long as I know that's the intent, I'll look at the language. That's all I need.
That is the intent.
Okay. I think that's all I need at this time. I'm sure this one will come back in front of the committee this one won't come by email. We'll have to meet, probably discuss it in person. If someone in there's no minority, if someone on this report wants something different than what's been proposed, please let me know now.
Can you stop sharing, please?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Seeing no one else asking for something different. So great, okay. It is 12:19. We have got, we've gone through 2 of our scheduled 1, 2, 3 work sessions, or 2 of our 5 work sessions. We have 3 more and a public hearing. So I will suggest that we reconvene at 12:55 to come back, take a lunch and come back at 12:55. Looks like we have a long day. So we will see everyone back at 12:55. And with that, we will close the work session on this bill, LD 1650. Welcome back, everybody. If members of the committee could turn on their cameras so we could tell who's here. We have a quorum from this morning, so we are continuing. We'll now open up the work session for LD 1652, enact to build a child care system by recruiting and retaining Maine's early childhood educators workforce. And Ms. Olson, if you could begin with the bill analysis.
All right. So we have LD 1652. This bill does a couple of different things. So the bill requires the Commissioner of Health and Human Services, the Commissioner of Education, and the Commissioner of Labor jointly to develop and implement an early childhood educators workforce support program to recruit and retain early childhood educators working with children up to 5 years of age. The components of the program include, so just to know, it's directing these individuals to develop and implement a program, and then it's outlined what some of the components of the program shall be. Expansion of educational programs at career and technical education centers and financial support of those programs. Comprehensive scholarships for persons taking classes toward the attainment of an early childhood education credential or an associate, bachelor's, or master's degree that allows the person to graduate without student debt as long as the person's agree to work for a year with an approved employer. I believe that relates to what's known as the TEACH grant, although it's not put specifically into the proposed language that is what it's referring to. That is a current scholarship program that's in existence that was mentioned during the testimony. An increased number of apprenticeships, salary supplements awarded to individuals who provide childcare or who are early childhood educators. The amount of the supplement is based on the level of education and experience of the individual and other factors. It also prescribes in the program articulation agreements between local adult education providers of school administrative units, apprenticeship sponsors, career and technical education programs, the Maine Community College System, and the University of Maine System for the transfer of credits for coursework related to early childhood education and to facilitate enrollment in courses that lead to the issuance of a post-secondary degree by a degree granting institution. And it has collaboration between local adult education providers of school administrative units, apprenticeship sponsors, career and technical education programs, the Maine Community College System, and the University of Maine System to provide support for individuals, including immigrants and other populations lacking experience in Maine's workforce, who require foundational skills development to enter and succeed in early childhood education courses, including but not limited to English as a second language, literacy, numeracy, and employability skills. The bill also requires a biennial report to be made by the commissioners to the legislature, including a review of the adequacy of the pathways to early childhood education careers and an evaluation of how the improved collection of workforce and childcare data and coordinated dedicated funding are supporting the ongoing development of an early childcare and education system. So it also has the collection of workforce and childcare data as well. There was substantial testimony in support of the bill. No opponents. A couple of individuals provided information to the testimony and therefore were classified as neither for nor against. Some of these individuals, I believe, are in attendance or at least invited to attend today to answer committee questions. The OCFS believes that the funding provided in the bill is likely not adequate to fully implement the initiatives proposed in the bill. Funding was talked about. The bill does include an appropriations section. The bill also was amended by the sponsor. In particular, it relates to the funding, the amendments to the funding, and the start of the $4.5 million funding for wage supplements, postponing that 2 years to account for American Rescue Plan funds and also changed that's a general fund only. So there was some confusion between what was originally submitted and then the sponsor's amendment. So those $4.5 million for wage supplements, which would occur in 2 years from the sponsor's bill, those were from the general fund and not from the block grants, as was potentially in an earlier version. Okay, in terms of information requests, and I know the committee has received a lot of information from many different people between the public hearing and today. So during the public hearing, it was mentioned that other states are providing similar supports for the early childhood educator workforce, and more information was requested. Specifically, and I believe was asked to attend, Ms. Williams from the Maine Association for the Education of Young Children. She provided a comprehensive packet of materials for today. And within that packet, particularly on pages 37 to 39, discussed other wage supplement and wage strategies that are used in other states. When taking a look at that, in other states, a lot of those programs are also tied to your credentialing. So how many years of experience or what kind of degree or training or certificate that you may have, with it being progressive. So the more experience, particularly that directly related to early childhood development education, would have you receiving a higher wage supplement. So that, like I said, that information's been provided, and we can take a look at that in a moment if you would like to consider other ways that that's been proposed. In addition, it was mentioned that there are some other similar bills that are out there, and then how would this workforce approach fit into the broader context of early childhood education supports? Again, look at how this bill fits into other existing or proposed supports was shared on pages 2 through 4 of those materials provided. There was a Venn diagram that kind of talked about this bill, a bill put forth by President Jackson, and the Office of Child and the Family Child Care Plan for Maine, and sort of how they overlap. And as it was, again, brought up at the public hearing, there are many concerns about the early childhood educator and just childcare within the state as an industry, and workforce is one element of many facets of addressing the problems or issues within that industry. And this bill is proposing to address the workforce angle. And so that was made in testimony. It was indicated it doesn't solve all the problems, but it's targeted to address specifically the workforce element. And then there was a specific request for the report from the Office of Child and the Family Child Care Plan for Maine report. So I think you've now seen that report at least in 3 forms. I emailed the report to the committee following the close of the public hearing. It's also on pages 5 through 11 of the materials provided by Ms. Williams. And I believe it was also sent out this morning by to the committee, or perhaps last night by the Office of Child and the Family as well. There was a bunch of additional information that's been included and sent to the committee. So I tried to collect it here as well. The work session memo for which I've been referring is linked. There is also a report that was shared written by Philip Trostel from the Margaret Chase Smith Policy Center and School of Economics at UMaine in 2013, titled Path to a Better Future, the Fiscal Payoff of Investment in Early Childhood Development in Maine. And then there were mentions of other pieces of legislation. So LD 1559, which is a resolve to create the commission to develop a paid family and medical leave benefits program, presented by Senator Daughtry. This is in the Labor and Housing Committee. That was voted odd to pass on May 17th of May 17th. That was yesterday. I don't have any updates on that other than its final vote here, but then we also have LD 1678, which is an act to support childcare providers and school readiness through tax credits. That's in front of the tax committee, excuse me, I believe today, or at least it was scheduled for today. And then LD 1712, which is the President Jackson's bill, which was referenced in testimony and is on the Venn diagram and the work materials that were shared, which is an act to support children's healthy development and school success. And I believe I have the summaries for those below. So we can kind of see how the bigger picture of how this issue is being looked at by the legislature this year. So we've got a resolve to establish a commission to look at paid family leave and medical leave benefits. And so that would sort of address paid family medical leave and the idea that more people could be out of work longer after having a child, and might mitigate some of those issues about having to make a decision between putting your child in childcare versus going back to work, especially when you're not able to find childcare. That was brought up in testimony. We have LD 1678 has to do with tax credits. For childcare. No, I'm sorry, I'm getting myself confused by what I had done in this section. And this is for quality childcare services, refundable tax credit per eligible child. This is really designed for the tax for the providers. And then 1712, it does a number of things to support children's healthy development and school success. But I underlined sort of the portions that were most relevant to the age population that this bill addresses. So to ensure access to early periodic screening, diagnosis, and treatment services, and related services to promote healthy development and develop a coordinated system of screening, referral, and services at that younger age group. And then in particular here, this First for Maine Early Care and Education Program in DHHS, to provide comprehensive, high-quality early child care and education services for at-risk children under 6 years of age who have not entered kindergarten, and the children's parents, by funding projects that integrate comprehensive resources and services with traditional child care center and family child care settings. So yeah, as these bills were brought up, that's just to give you a broader picture of the ways in which the child care issues within the state are being looked at by the legislature this session. And then again, a bunch of materials were mentioned and individuals were mentioned. So I've included some other things, the Maine Spark Coalition's goals, the Maine Roads to Quality Professional Development Network, and in particular, sort of the quality ratings of childcare providers in the state. If you are a childcare provider with a quality rating of 4 on a scale of 1 to 4, with 4 being the highest, a family that sends their children there can receive a higher tax credit. Some of that's mentioned. And then the child care subsidy program, and there was some concern around these programs and the funding related to federal block grants, which the sponsor, I believe, has resolved with the amendment that he put forward. But just some information about what those types of access to subsidy programs for lower income families. And then lastly, of course, the sponsor did put forward an amendment at the time of the public hearing, which I believe we looked at that time. Particularly addressing the start date for salary supplements, but also the adjustments to the appropriations and allocations section. And then OCFS suggested that time and careful study is needed to understand the impact of the current TEACH initiative before codifying and permanently dedicating funding to such a program. Although the specific TEACH initiative is not referred to directly within the bill, the structure that's outlined in that section is in fact referring to the TEACH initiative, which is relatively new in the state of Maine, but has a longer history nationwide. And of course, there's no fiscal impact determined for this yet, but the amendment does include an appropriations and allocation section to give some idea related to the funding. I think that's everything. Yeah, okay. Happy to answer questions. And like I said, there was a lot of information that came to the committee through email or other sources that I may not have covered.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Does anyone Does anyone have a question right off for Ms. Olson, or would we like to hear from the bill sponsor? Right, Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this, I think, is appropriate for this time. And Ms. Olson, did you notice any overlap that was of concern to you when you were looking at the other bills that also address childcare?
I didn't notice I did not notice an overlap that would necessarily create redundancies in current law or statute. You know, one is a resolve that's sort of directing a study. And I think the data that is proposed in this bill certainly could perhaps dovetail with that. I don't see it as a significant overlap. So nothing like that jumped out to me to indicate a significant redundancy.
Thank you.
And unrelated to Representative Pebworth's question, I did want to remind the whole committee to this is a huge topic, and some of the topic of is outside of the nature of this bill. So I'm going to challenge us to be disciplined on our focus on what's in the bill and not just the overall state of early child care in general. We could go in lots of different places. So just to remind us to be focused on the bill. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Senator Curry. And thank you, Ms. Olson, for all the work that you've done on this. Did you see anywhere in there where there was a sunset of those supplemental payment salary supplements, or is this kind of something that if this is passed, the taxpayer is on the hook for the rest of their life, as long as they're in childcare for these supplements?
So salary supplements are section 1, paragraph 4 of the bill. It has a sunrise. The amended version has a sunrise addition. So in 2 years, and I believe that was to follow 2 years of implementing a similar program using ARPA funds. It does not include a sunset provision, to make sure I get my phrase correct there. And in fact, the appropriations and allocations does have this as an ongoing fund or funding. So as long as the money was allocated in the budget, it would be ongoing.
Thank you.
Is Speaker Fecto in the waiting room?
I do not see him. Would you like me to call?
Would you please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. I thought I saw him in there earlier.
I'll just correct myself. I said allocated, but the appropriate word was appropriated. There is a difference.
Representative Ducharme, do you have another question?
Yes, I was. The other thing that I was thinking about was having served on a school board and had the school board pay for all kinds of educational benefits for folks to get master's degrees and extended degrees for principalships and so forth. And then after these folks get their degrees, they get a little bump in pay because of their teacher contract, but they never use the education that they're given. I'm just concerned that I mean, obviously we have scholarships and so forth in this, and then we have the supplemental pay. I think the intention is that these people go on to create their own kind of schools and to expand the pool of childcare. Is there anything that can be done to kind of ensure that, so that we don't just train a whole bunch of teachers to become early childcare professionals, if you will, and then with no expanded benefit to the workforce?
While we're waiting for Speaker Fecta, why don't we bring in, well, we might be getting a note. 1 second. Let me go ahead and promote Tara Williams. And Representative Ducharme, did you what your that was a comment, not a question. Did you want me to direct that to Ms. Williams to address how she's seen that work in other states, or I'm happy to ask my own version of that question.
You can go ahead and ask your own version of the question if you want. Go ahead, and if you miss something, I'll jump in.
Thank you very much. The Ms. Williams, welcome. And so, what have you seen in terms of the scholarships? I think from other states, in terms of, you know, once people are invested in their schooling, or they attain greater education, are any states kind of tying that to staying in their field, or how is that working?
Sure. And if the committee is looking for more specific data on the current first year of the Maine scholarship program, Morgan Tolan is available, who coordinates that program, to speak more about it. But I'll just say in general, I think it's a great question. I really appreciate it. When we look at the history of a lot of these scholarship programs, there is a huge turnover in this sector in Maine and across the country. And several studies were showing turnover rates around 40% within the workforce. In the states that implemented scholarship programs, and some of this data is coming specifically from TEACH, and there are other scholarship models that other states use. So I'll just make sure I clarify that. But of the 22 states that use TEACH, they found a big reduction in turnover, about going from with those with associate's degrees from 40% leaving the field to 5% in those states. And I think part of that is because that scholarship model ties in not just getting the scholarship, but also that with each year that you're working towards that degree, you get a bonus in pay. So it also addresses some of the wage issues that we have in the field. And then it also requires a year that once you're done with your degree, there's an additional year of service in the childcare program where you work. So that's how they've been able to address some of this longevity. One of the things too, I think that's important to note around, you know, why might someone want to pursue a degree such as up to a bachelor's degree? In most states, including Maine, to become one of the options you would have as a childcare program in parts of Maine is to partner with your school district, so that public pre-K can actually be, the public pre-K programming can be delivered both through a school district and through childcare. That gives families options to be able to choose a small home-based childcare or a center or their public school. And for most of these partnerships, what you need is a certain level of education of the lead educator or teacher. So by making sure that they're supported to get an associate's or a bachelor's, it creates new opportunities for childcare programs and can help them with more stable funding as well.
Representative Ducharme, that was my question, but did you want to do a follow-up?
I think she pretty much covered what my question was. Thank you.
So
you're welcome.
Ms.
Do you
Williams,
mind if I address one that came up earlier, or should I wait if there's a specific question?
Go ahead.
There was a question earlier about just whether the funding would be ongoing. And of course, that's for, this committee and the speaker and everyone else to determine about how this bill moves forward and how it's funded. One of the reasons that some proposals like this will have things with ongoing funding is that in many states, including here in Maine, there's a lot of discussion around one of the strategies to make sure parents don't have to pay more for childcare and it can be affordable and accessible for families is to be able to weave in more public funding into the system, whether that's federal, state, or local, to ensure that that those parents don't have to bear so much of the cost like they do now.
Thank you. And I think I want to check in. So I don't believe the speaker is able to make it at this point. So we're gonna move on, and if he's able to join us, then he'll join us. I did have a question. One of the surprising moments from the public hearing was kind of the division of the total amount of money available and the number and what that might look like. So if it's 4.5 million that's available in this budget, and we have 11,900 people that we estimate working in this sector, that comes out to a number that's fairly small and doesn't quite reflect. It'd be hard to imagine someone making a career decision based on that number. And then I'll preface to say, and I saw the numbers that you were put forward in the packet from Tennessee that looked like they were pretty high, much higher numbers. So what is the plan here? What is your thinking in terms of the 4.5 million and scaling it? I know the original critique didn't have it scaled. So what are you thinking about? What might we envision?
Yes, I appreciate that question because it is a really important element of this bill and how states may approach helping with the salaries and wages with the workforce. I think that, and we can double check with the speaker and speaker's office, but my understanding and the way that I supported him in this bill is that these wage supplements that are proposed in LD 1652 were not designed at a funding level yet that could support the full workforce. So as you know, I appreciated that kind of caution or just pointing out from OCFS that it does take a lot of money to look at how to address the wage disparities that exist in our state and the low poverty level wages that early childhood educators make in Maine. And so, having the federal funding come in that is allowing OCFS to put $14 million a year is really wonderful. That is exciting to be able to happen. The proposal in this bill is not about dividing 4.5 million up among 12,000 people. It's about having a scaled supplement that you could target some of the highest needs part of the workforce. You can pick certain counties with lowest median income, people who have had real disparities in their wages, and offer them a tiered supplement so that some may get $1,000 a year, similar to what's in this federal funding initiative that's going to roll out, but others would see higher numbers like 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, like you saw in the examples from other states. It's really moving in a direction that we're moving in this field in states across the country, which is to really recognize the people who do this work by making sure there's pathways that when they do gain more experience and give years of service to early childhood and earn credentials and degrees, that there's a way to compensate for that. So it's not enough to do it all, but it's a start. And then we can hopefully figure out as a state with lots of partners around the table what the next step after that is.
Thank you. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Williams, thank you so much for being here today. You're a wealth of information. I so struggle with this bill because we've certainly made the case that we are in desperate need of childcare. There aren't enough slots. We need really quality childcare to make a difference with children, and yet the pay is awful. So I really struggle with the idea of supporting people to go into an industry so that they can have a lifetime of poverty wages. I'm thinking of you, Representative Collmore, and how hard you've worked to get where you are, and your first educational step was a really poor paying one, and you had to leave. And so I'm bothered that we don't seem to have a long-term plan. I mean, this is why every industrialized country in the world pays publicly for quality childcare. How do you see this? If we pass this bill, it's not just supplements, it's also scholarships. But it's all temporary. Where do you see the most important focus on this, and what do you hope to see the outcome of this bill?
Yeah, thank you for that question. This bill, I think some of the most important pieces of the bill are in some of the sections that have no funding tied to them, as well as the parts that have funding. They're both equally important to what could be the future of this workforce. And that is because for many people, there's a struggle to enter in to be able to become a person who works in childcare. And that's why having things like apprenticeships and scholarships and looking at CTE programs are very valuable. So, I think I think the testimony focused a lot on wages because it is such a long time issue and it is so difficult for so many people. But there are other pieces that are structural that are key around understanding the system and having really good policy decisions that move forward as we try to do more with public funds. And so the parts of this bill that are going to really help people in the profession include the parts around articulation agreements and data collection, and then also around having options like apprenticeship and scholarships, and then making a commitment as a state to ongoing support in those areas, as well as starting a commitment to having public funds that support the workforce through wages, and then kind of taking it step by step and seeing if there's more that can be done over time.
Chair recognizes Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a couple of things with this bill. Of course, as you know, I'm an early childhood education major. That is where my world goes. The idea of having strong articulation agreements, specifically for me, it was between the community college system and the university system, is one of the most important things I think that needs to be focused on, not just in early childhood education, but education in general and all of our other fields and trades that come out of the community college system. I think one of the things that I'm most concerned on is for those who are leaving the CTE programs. I think that that's probably one of the places where we lack the most for everything, whether it's the trade or early childhood education. These kids are leaving these programs and they have to fight to get their credits accepted when they're taking the same exact course through a high school that's already paid for with tax dollars. And then we're going to support them to get a degree to take the same exact classes that we just paid for with our tax dollars. And I hope that that section that's under the support for the new workforce, was it section 6, will help address some of those issues. But one of the things that I'm concerned about is in the amendment, the funding that would help support the CTE programs to get up to that standard was actually cut. And I'm wondering why that decision was made. Of all of the things to cut, I feel like, why would we cut that portion?
That's a great question. We may want to clarify it, reach out to someone from the speaker's staff around that, but I'll tell you what he told me. I first worked with him on this bill 2 years ago, and he was the one who was most passionate about making sure that there was language and funding for CTE programs in the other version of this bill 2 years ago. And when it came for the amendment in this bill, he said that he wanted to remove the funding from this bill because he felt it wasn't enough to support CTEs, and he wanted to work on more funding for them to expand early childhood through a different bill or through federal funding. And that's where I'm not sure that I have the exact answer on where he's doing it. But I will tell you that I know from working with him on this that he has a really deep commitment to CTEs. And I think the last thing he would do is pull anything from a bill that would hurt CTEs, because he actually taught me a lot in working with him on the bill about the importance of them as part of the pathways and why they needed to be included.
Representative Collmore, there's such, as I think you also know, there's such powerful work between the community colleges and the CTE schools in dual credits right now, which is even different than articulation. They're all just, they're getting both the credits, as I too am a fan of.
Senator Curry, do you mind if I add one thing I forgot to say in my answer about
Please
that?
go ahead.
The other thing that I think is important to note around the articulation agreements is we've been hearing that it's a lot of these issues that folks have in navigating the system when they're trying to gain a credential or earn a degree in early childhood education is also the fact that, so it can be going from one point to another, like CTE to community college to UMaine, but it can also be within one of those and navigating if they move to another part of the state. Just going from one county in Maine to another, you can end up at a different college that has different course numbers and things don't align. And so I know I don't want to discredit or demean, because there's been a lot of work in this area in recent years, and we have some really good articulation agreements in early childhood, but I think this bill is just going to help to focus in on what areas haven't been addressed and really smooth that out and make it something where it'll be on the folks who plan this, from higher ed to nonprofits to government, to figure it out, and not on the early educators themselves to figure it out. And they're the people who are having to struggle and figure it out right now. Thank you.
Representative Collmore, did you want to follow up?
Yes, I really just wanted to say that I think that's probably the most important thing that we could be looking at is strengthening that. As somebody who, I was one of those people fighting to, this is before the really strong articulation agreement for early childhood education from KVCC to UMaine existed. And I had to fight for every credit that I knew was a duplicate course and get those things waived. Thankfully, I had the backup through the TRIO Student Support Services program to help me fight those things, but not every educator has that. But the other thing that I think that's important to look at is I could take the same class at UMA and have it count toward my degree at UMaine, but the course that was the equivalent accepted from KVCC to UMA wasn't accepted to replace that course at the University of Maine in Orono. And those are the intricacies that I think you're addressed in. If you change different counties, that stuff changes. And I'd love, if that's the goal of that section with the articulation agreements, is to fix that stuff, that alone is even more important than the compensation part of this bill, in my opinion, to make it easier for these people to get these credentials.
Excuse me, Ms. Olson, were you trying to chime in?
Yeah, I actually do. I have a little bit of an answer to Representative Collmore's question about the removal of funding.
Go ahead.
It was indicated to me that the decision to remove what was originally in the bill for funding for the CTEs had to do with the administration dedicating something like $20 million for CTE schools in the American Rescue Plan. And then, I'm hoping that Speaker Fecteau can join us, but I think that there may have been another bill of his that was addressing a similar issue. So I think that's why the decision was made to make that change, having to do with ARP funds and another bill. So,
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Williams, for being here. Really helpful information. I am wanting this bill to be as flexible as possible because, of course, we know far less than the folks who will be carrying out this work. But I am concerned about a chart in one of the pieces of information that we received that's showing the childcare gap by county. And in particular, Aroostook and Penobscot are there with the largest gap. So in your opinion, does it behoove us to try to address that somewhat specifically in the bill with pushing towards areas of the most need, or is that just a given and we don't need to make this any less flexible?
I think that it would be best to leave those decisions up to the Office of Child and Family Services, because that data comes from a project they did with the Bipartisan Policy Center. And so they're very focused, along with the Children's Cabinet, at looking at the gaps and the highest needs. And I have a feeling that won't only be addressed within workforce initiatives, but will also be addressed through some of the things you probably saw in that pie chart that I sent you around the targeted funding that's going to go to build and expand facilities, and the targeted funding that can help with pre-K partnerships, as well as, there's a couple other bills in the legislature that, should they pass and be funded, may add other supports. So yeah, I appreciate the question, and I think it would be great to leave that flexible for the department.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Williams? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll send you back to the attendee list, and if we have any, we'll bring you back up. So, are there other questions? We've gotten a lot of material on this. Is the committee ready for a vote? I'll entertain a motion. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended on 1652.
Is there a second? Representative Ducharme, is that a second?
No, I was going to call for a caucus. Representative Bernard is on the road.
Is on the road. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let's get a second first, and then we'll move forward. So second for Representative Bailey. And would you like to have a caucus? Representative Ducharme?
Yes, please.
Yep, great. And what do you think? 5-10 minutes? Will that be okay?
Should be fine.
All right, great. Thank you. We'll take a break for a few moments and reconvene in 5 or 10 minutes. And welcome back, everybody. Any further discussion? We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended. Ought to pass as amended with the sponsor's amendment. Any further discussion, or are we ready for a vote? Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
So I have an ought to pass as amended, made by Representative Roberts, seconded by Representative Bailey. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews.
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini. I see him there. He's also in VLA at the same time. I know that. Senator Seaway. He's in Judiciary and Criminal Justice. Representative Ducharme. I can't hear you, Representative.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
No.
I can't see you either, Representative Austin.
Oh, sorry. I'll get on a minute. Oh, shit.
I think you're screen sharing, Representative Austin.
I am doing everything wrong again. Wait a minute. Okay,
There you go.
there you are. So Representative Austin?
no,
No, okay. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard is traveling right now, I think. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. I have 9 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 3 absent. The minority report, Representative Austin?
ought not.
Not to pass. Okay.
With 9 in the majority, one in the negative, and 3 absent, the report will be ought to pass as amended. And that will close our work session on LD 1652. We'll now open our work session on LD 1691. And I understand that this was a request to have this carry over. And so I entertain a motion to table. Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we table LD 1691.
Is there a second? Second, Representative Pebworth. Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
Abortion clinics are often given a free pass on health and safety.
Well, we'll get some background noise.
I think it's resolved.
Yeah, I'll get it open first there. So the motion was to table, made by Representative Roberts, correct?
Second by Representative Pebworth.
Representative Pebworth. So tabling motion, yes is to table, no is not to. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews.
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini.
Yes, sorry, I'm in 2 committees.
Nice to see you, Senator.
You too.
Senator Seaway. He's missing right now. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard is traveling. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. It's 11 in the affirmative, 2 absent.
So so with the work session closed, we will close work session on 1691, and that is tabled. We will now, I want to check on one thing, 1 second. Ms. Breton, I want to confirm that for LD 1709 public hearing, I have 4 people registered to give testimony?
Yes, and I see 3 of them in the attendees.
Okay, we're going to shift the order here, and we're going to go into the public hearing for LD 1709, which is an act to promote home ownership by minimizing education debt. And we will return to the final work session after this. So, and if we can go ahead and promote President Jackson, the bill sponsor. Welcome, President Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts, and special congratulations to you, Representative Roberts. And distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Troy Jackson, and I represent the good people of Northern Aroostook County, Senator District 1. I'm here today to present LD 1709, an act to promote home ownership by minimizing education debt. When young people leave our state, whether it's to continue their education or to pursue a new opportunity, the hope is that they will eventually return home to live, work, and raise their family and retire. For parents and grandparents, it's about keeping our loved ones close. For communities and businesses, it's about making sure that we have a new generation of workers and community leaders. It's no secret that Maine is an older state. We consistently lead the nation in terms of median age. Attracting and retaining young people is vital to the future of our communities and our economy. However, too many young Mainers cannot afford to return home and purchase a house for at least 2 reasons. First, the cost of post-secondary education, whether it's a 2-year community college program or a 4-year program, leaves many adults with tens of thousands of dollars in student debt. And second, Maine's housing market is simply out of control, moving further and further out of reach, whether it's in the more rural or urban parts of the state. Young people simply cannot compete with out-of-state buyers while they're trapped with their student loans. LD 1709, or the HOME Act, aims to bring young Mainers home by getting them in a home. It creates an incentive to settle in the great state of Maine, whether you were born here or choose to make Maine your home. The proposal directs the Maine State Housing Authority, in consultation with the Finance Authority of Maine, to design and administer the promotion of home ownership by minimizing educational debt program. The situation with student debt is dire, and we've certainly tried a number of different things over the last 6 to 8 years to try and affect that. We all know that young people who have relocated to another state because they needed a high-paying job, with student loans, car payments, rent, utilities, healthcare, and other basic expenses, it is hard enough to make ends meet, let alone purchase a home. In Maine, the average student graduates with $33,500 in student debt. This debt is crippling 178,200 Maine residents, 13.3% of the Maine population. In addition, to making matters worse, the cost of property in Maine is skyrocketing. According to the Maine Realtors Association numbers from March 2021, the statewide median sales price reached $268,500, an increase of 17.79% compared just to March 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated this trend. This spring, the average home sat on the market for a mere 11 days, compared to 48 days last spring. This trend is true for every country in the state. The highest percent increase in median sales price was found in Lincoln County, with a whopping 55% increase, where the average sales price rose $124,500. These numbers are staggering, but I know you don't need to hear it from me to understand the challenges that young Mainers are facing. They're even more, but I would say Mainers overall. We all know relatives, loved ones, and community members who are facing an uphill battle right now, trying to purchase their first home and settle down here in Maine. The way that I see it, lawmakers have an opportunity to attract and retain young people by creating a program that increases home ownership and provides student debt relief at the same time. We're counting on young people to fill workforce shortages, keep our heritage industries going, and lead our state into the future. With this program, we can make it easier for young people to make a life here. In designing the proposed program, Maine State Housing Authority will review opportunities offered in other states and municipalities that incentivize people to live and work in their communities. The Housing Authority, along with FAME, will compare the attributes of those programs to the possibilities that our state has to offer. With this knowledge, the Housing Authority can design a program that meets the needs of this group and helps them establish their American dream right here in Maine. I believe now more than ever, we need to pass this HOME Act. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll try and take any questions you may have. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Are there any questions for President Jackson? Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Jackson. I so appreciate your passion and work toward making Maine a better place to live and work for all of us. My question to you is, you and I both know that the reason young people can't afford a house is that wages in Maine are very low, particularly compared to surrounding New England states. And I know that you work on that. Do you feel like, I guess I'm curious what you hope that the ownership, given the current state of low wages in Maine, will do to sort of bridge that gap and help young people either stay or come here?
That's a great question, and I certainly, agree that there's a lot of jobs that are offered in Maine that certainly seem to be below national average and certainly New England average. And I don't know exactly all the reasons why that may be, but it is a reality, and I mean, I've definitely experienced that my own self. The only thing that I know is that, I hear from people, business owners all the time. Before the pandemic, I mean, I know there's a lot of people that are arguing about the reasons that there's a shortage now, but before the pandemic, we were at 2 or 3% unemployment, and this was a big topic, especially at Maine State Chamber events. I remember talking a lot at those events about how student debt relief could be a real way to attract people to Maine. And you could see, business owners from one end of the state to the other nodding their head that it definitely could be a way to do this. What I know is that student debt is way too high. People argue that that's on the student to figure that out, to understand that before they go into it. But, you know, the cost of going to college today is extremely high. And I think that, you know, we have a mindset in this country that, you know, we push everyone to do college. When you do that, you're going to have a lot of people that are going, that probably have done the best they could, and they end up coming out with a lot of debt. And that's, you know, the figures that we gave today, 33,500 is staggering. But I mean, I've heard people that, you know, have come to events that we've held that have over $100,000 worth of debt and are working their tail off to try and make it up. The only thing that I can see is that there's a possibility here to try and alleviate some of that debt, to help people put down roots in Maine. I mean, if you're buying a home, you can be rest assured that people are going to be here for some period of time. And you know, we do have a great state, and I think that's part of what is driving the people that are coming here today. You know, the attraction of being in a place that, you know, did well during the pandemic. I think we have to keep that going, and I think that, you know, we can do that. You know, this program is modeled somewhat after the concept after Maryland. That's actually in the third iteration of doing something like this. They're in their third because the first two worked so well in attracting people to their state. Now, they probably didn't have the challenges that Maine has, but they still had enough challenges that they went forth a program like this to try and bring people to Maryland. So, you know, we're going to have to continue to work on, you know, what you talked about as far as wages and stuff like that. But we're also going to have to work on trying to bring people here, trying to figure out a way to, you know, get their student debt under control. And I just think that, you know, there's a possibility here working with this committee, with, you know, Maine State Housing and FAME. You know, I think we can do something that, you know, might be able to make everyone, workers and business owners, in a better spot than what we are right now.
Chair recognizes Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, President Jackson, for being here with us today. I apologize if you mentioned this. My audio has been a little in and out during your testimony, but one of the things excuse me, that I was thinking about when we were talking about promoting home ownership and bringing people to Maine, yes, education debt is ridiculous. Your $33,000 mark is staggering, but when I look at how much I owe, which is over $50,000, I would love to only have 33. So I think that that's important. It's something that we need to address, but I wonder if in these type of programs where we're looking at trying to promote home ownership, if it's been considered looking at our neighboring states, the two closest to us, New Hampshire and Massachusetts, whose income tax levels are much better than ours. And I mean, if I had more money back in my income tax, I could afford to pay more on my student loans. And then in turn, be able to afford to purchase a house on my own quicker than having the higher income tax. And I'm just thinking of other creative ways to help with this, but also not to put more of a tax burden on our citizens who are trying to pay for the homes they already have or save money while renting to purchase homes. So is that something that you've considered in this, is kind of attaching it maybe to lowering of income tax as well to help with that?
To be honest, I mean, I'm not sure. You know, I would imagine a lot of the people that are in this situation probably aren't, you know, paying a lot in income tax. They're probably getting back a lot because they have so many payments and things like that. I mean, you know, comparing us to New Hampshire, our closest state, yes, income taxes are dramatically different, but their property taxes are through the roof. I mean, in the end, states are going to get the money that they need to operate somehow. In New Hampshire, they do it through property taxes, and, you know, things that, you know, aren't nearly, well, I mean, in a place like mine in Allagash, that I pay I think $1,600 a year. Very happy. We don't have a lot of services, but I would bet that a place like that is probably going to go for $7,000-8,000 in New Hampshire. I mean, it's all relative. What I do know is that students or people that have graduated have student debt that can be as high as 12-13%, and we can swap that out for debt that is whatever the state wants, 1, 2, 3%. That right there gives a benefit and incentive. It brings people into the state. Again, I mean, we're going to have to decide, Maine State Housing Fame have to decide what the numbers are as far as, I mean, do we want to put a requirement? How long somebody stays in the state if they get this benefit? I mean, if you're buying a house, traditionally you're going to be here for some extended period of time. I'm not saying that there isn't some world that income taxes are thrown into this, but I mean, I'm not going to compare them to places like New Hampshire and Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, rent, home ownership there is way worse than anything that Maine would deal with. So we're just not comparing apples and oranges, but making sure that we look at everything is always appropriate, and I'm more than willing to always do that.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Jackson, I'm just wondering what you're envisioning as far as a program for Maine Housing and Fame to do. Would it be a grant program that pays off some of that student debt? Would it be more of a consolidation program where the home loan and the student debt are consolidated into one payment? Would it be sort of like a Fame loan guarantee? Or is it really open-ended to say to Maine Housing and Fame, go ahead and figure out the best program and administer it?
Yes. No, seriously, it's a great question. And that's exactly the point. I mean, I don't know that Maryland's program is exactly right for Maine. I think, obviously we're a smaller state, so we might not be able to do everything they're doing, or maybe we can do more, but it very well could be a grant program to some extent. It could be reconsolidating, taking away all of that student debt at a high interest and giving it at a lower interest. I don't know. I mean, I really do think it's all on the table there to make it work for whatever resources we have and whatever we're able to put together. That's why, we did have conversations, a lot of great ideas, but I think it's going to take more time to put it together. But I really do think all options are on the table.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's see if I can get more than just a yes. I have a question and an anticipated follow-up. So President Jackson, you said is there more than one other state that has some kind of program right now?
The only one I know is Maryland, but obviously, I mean, there may be more. I mean, and I reference not that, but I mean, I reference here in Maine. I mean, we did try a couple different times to do a program just for straight up student debt, and we weren't successful here at the legislature. But I mean, to me, this is another national problem that we have. I mean, you're hearing it debated, obviously in Congress, and there may very well be other states that tried something that we can learn from. But right at this moment, the only one I know that has something that's successful and has been done for a while now, like I said, they're in their third iteration, is Maryland.
Okay, thank you. And so my follow-up is, in just reading over the bill, I see that it's an act, and it's kind of just giving them carte blanche to adopt the rules, routine technical. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this being a resolve for them to look at if there are other states and compare and contrast and see what would be the best fit for Maine and report back to the legislature for us to look at it and put something together rather than just throw it out there and us not knowing how it's going to end up. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are definitely that, I mean, I have great confidence in Maine State Housing and Thame, but my thoughts were always that they were going to come back to the committee to report their findings and then have the legislature weigh in. But I have great confidence in both those agencies that do really good work and bring us the information that and their guidance on how it would work best under their agency.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Senate President Jackson.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Take care.
And I see that we have Eric Jorgensen with the Maine State Housing. If we could promote him.
You do, but you also have Senator Daughtry.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, we go to co-sponsors next. If we could promote Senator Daughtry. Welcome, Senator Daughtry.
Thanks for having me. Let me just pull up my testimony coming over from the land of education. So, good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I am Senator Daughtry, and I represent State Senate District 24, which is Bailey Island, Brunswick, Freeport, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Orrs Island, Pownell, South Freeport, and South Harpswell. And I'm here today as a co-sponsor to speak in support of LD 1709, an act to promote home ownership by minimizing education debt. No one should have to choose between an education and a home. But unfortunately, this is a reality facing far too many young Mainers today. Many have heard me say this time and time again, but Maine has the 8th highest student debt burden in the nation. 2/3 of Maine's college graduates leave school with loan debt, with the average amount between $32,000 and $36,000. Not only is this deeply concerning, it's disturbing. And at the same time, to couple with it, Maine's residential housing market saw record sales in 2020, up nearly 10% since 2019. And values rose almost 14% for the median sales price, up to $256,000. Or in my community, where I just recently looked in Zillow within SD24, we only have about 30 properties available who are single family homes with the average price of about $380,000. For many young Mainers, the dream of homeownership must remain a dream for years until they have paid off their student debt. Even with a well-paying job, they cannot save for a down payment or qualify for a mortgage when they have thousands in student debt. And the math simply does not work. That's why I'm proud to be a sponsor of LD 1709. This bill will create a program through the Finance Authority of Maine to target financing to Mainers by helping to alleviate student debt and to promote home ownership. Student debt is particularly distressing for Mainers who attend some or most of college, but are unable to complete their degree, which is a large amount of students in Maine. We have sometimes referred to stranded learners, a lot of students who haven't seen the benefit of getting that diploma or post-secondary credential, but are still facing the crippling impacts of their debt. They cannot afford basic needs, including home ownership. This program could potentially help them refinance their educational debt burden by rolling it into a home loan at a lower rate. We all know that owning a home provides long-term financial stability, and it's a pathway towards middle-class financial security and wealth-building opportunities. Fewer than 35% of individuals under 35 own their homes in the United States, a statistic that is expected to last if student debt continues to rise. And I should add that actually my generation is the first one in recorded history to actually accumulate less wealth than their parents. We're actually the first, having graduated into a recession, and now my age group is looking at our second recession with everything that we've been going through with this pandemic. This is something I've experienced firsthand. When I decided to purchase my first home, I was faced with a plethora of obstacles, including an intense market where houses went under contract in a matter of hours rather than days. The obstacle that frustrated me the most was how my student debt factored into the process. I'd worked on average 3 jobs at a time and saved until I'd put away enough for a sizable down payment. I was careful with my credit and I went into the process with an excellent credit score. Still, none of that mattered with my student debt ratio mixed into the ratio. I was lucky enough to find a solution, but that isn't the case for all Mainers. And since I purchased my home over 5 years ago, the housing market in my community has only become more intense with skyrocketing prices and little availability. Then to make matters worse, the levels of student debt have risen too. If we want to actually attract young families to our state and enable young Mainers to stay in their home state, we need to find ways to address these 2 issues. I have so many friends who would love to move home, who have found, high-paying jobs, who would like to be here, who literally cannot find a place to rent or a place to buy or be able to relocate to come back to the home state that they love so, so much. This bill would give them a fair shake of accomplishing this dream. It really could be a game changer. We all know most days that owning home is a joy. Not only does it provide long-term stability, but it's an asset to pass along to future generations. It provides a freedom and independence that renting does not. And furthermore, owning a house allows people, notably working families, to have a consistent community and a place to call home. Wanting a college degree, which we're told should be the next step and many are encouraged to get, should not be the barrier that keeps people away from the financial stability in home ownership, especially when close to 66% of jobs in our economy require some sort of post-secondary credential. We need to do whatever we can to support our graduates and keep them here in Maine. Other states have this. We're completely falling behind. This bill gives us the potential to really make a meaningful impact on 2 problems facing young Maine families. I hope you'll be supporting this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Letting me off easy. Thank you all.
And at this point, if Ms. Breton, if you could promote Eric Jorgensen and William Norbert. Welcome, the Honorable Mr. Jorgensen. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here, and I'm glad Senator Curry and Representative Roberts that you invited us to speak here today. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and esteemed members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Eric Jorgensen. I'm Director of Government Relations at the Maine State Housing Authority. I'm here today speaking in favor of LD 1709, President Jackson's bill to reduce student debt while also promoting first-time homeownership. As you will see from the bill text, while it's not technically a concept draft, it's still very much in a conceptual stage. And Maine Housing stands ready to work with our colleagues at FAME to design a program that will meet these goals. Such a program would be a valuable tool in attracting to or retaining young people in Maine. And with the oldest population in the country, our state stands to benefit from creating a linkage between student loan debt relief and home ownership. We know there's a successful example of a program like this in Maryland. We've heard a couple of references to it. We think there's also another one in Illinois, and we would certainly study and learn from those in developing this program. We would assume that the program would start with participants who qualify for Maine Housing's First Home Loan, which is our mortgage program for first-time home buyers. And with the closing of the mortgage, qualifying student debt up to a specific level would be paid down in exchange for the borrowers agreeing to remain in their new home for a predetermined number of years. And again, as we've sort of sketched this out in the back of an envelope, we think that a second lien based on the amount of student debt retired would then be placed on the property, and that lien would then be forgiven at the end of the residency requirement period. And our assumption is that this sort of program would have an impact proportional to the amount of funding available. If, for example, it was designed to repay $10,000 in an applicant's student debt, an appropriation of $5 million would allow us to potentially provide debt relief for around 500 mortgage holders. Not very sophisticated math, but it gives you a sense, I think, of the kind of scope that this would be, depending on what you wanted to do with this bill, the kind of scope that will be required fiscally. So anyway, I would just say that Maine Housing is very pleased to be able to work with our friends at FAME to think about this program and flesh it out for you. And I know you were mentioning the possibility of a resolve, and we could do it that way too. So however you want to proceed, we're very much interested in helping out with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Mr. Jorgensen, thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome. Bye-bye.
Welcome, Mr. Norbert. Welcome
Thank
back.
you. Thank you very much, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and distinguished members of the IDEA Committee. I'm Bill Norbert with the Finance Authority Maine, and I'm here to speak in support of President Jackson's bill, LD 1709. As you heard, the bill would direct Maine State Housing to collaborate with FAME to come up with a proposal to be reported back to you all to address the issue of home ownership and student debt. We are happy to go to work looking at this, and we hear every day anecdotes about the obstacles presented by student debt on Mainers' ability to purchase a home. And I think it would be a great idea to try and establish at least a pilot program to take a look at how these two major issues connect. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't know a whole lot since the bill isn't too detailed, but we're happy to go to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Norbert? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And with it, Ms. Breton, is there anyone else in the attendee list?
I have no one else signed up for this LD.
Okay, with that, seeing that we've heard all public testimony, we will close the public hearing on LD 1709. And I'm going to ask for like a 3-minute break, and we will come back in 3 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. So we will now open up the work session. Excuse me, I've got to get to the right screen. On we'll now open up the work session on LD 1694, an act to create the Maine Redevelopment Land Bank Authority. I understand there are members of the committee who would be interested in carrying this over. And do we have a motion to table this in order to consider on the day we consider all carryovers. Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we table LD 1694.
Is there a second? Second, Representative Bailey. Ms. Bratton, would you call the roll?
So I have a tabling motion by Representative Roberts, seconded by Representative Bailey. If you're in favor of tabling, you'll say yes. If you're opposed, you'll say no. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? It's not here. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore? I see Representative Collmore, but I can't hear her yet. I'll come back to a Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway is absent. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin? Is absent. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard is traveling. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. Well, yes,
Looks like-
7.
Looks like Senator Lucchini is monitoring a couple committees. Senator Lucchini, are you with us?
Yeah, sure. If it's not too late, I can vote yes.
You vote yes, okay.
Thank you. And I missed the count there, Ms.
Now,
Bratton, can you-
it's now 8 people on
So-
tabling, the rest absent.
So majority have voted to table LD 1694, and that closes our work session on LD 1694 and wraps up all of our scheduled items for today. Ms. Olson, do we have any language review?
I'll admit to saying the answer is yes. I have one. I wasn't totally expecting to have time to get to it though, but I do have some questions. So if I have the time, I would like to run the amendment for LD 210 by the committee, but I'll need 1 minute, just maybe 90 seconds to pull
Okay.
open the appropriate documents if
We'll take
everyone
a
can bear
2-minute,
with
we'll
me.
take a 2-minute break and
Thank you.
people can do their stretch break.
Jody,
Yes, Representative?
I cannot find that email from Casey.
Okay, I will get her to send it again.
Did she send it just recently?
Yes, yes. She sent last night, I think they went.
And it went to our legislative mail,
Yeah.
in or out? I mean, in or the inner?
Should be in your legislative mail.
I can't find it.
I actually have a copy, so
Can you just
I am going to forward it to you,
slug it over to me?
which
Thank
does
you.
remind me that all members need to check their legislative email at least once a day, if not 2 or 3 times, because we are reporting out bills fast and furious.
I am on there about 23 and a half hours of the day, and I cannot, I don't know how I missed it, if it's there, but I can't find it now, but thank you.
I'll see if there's any more.
Yes, and we'll all do our best not to hit reply all, because I ended up just agreeing every time someone else hits it. Can't tell what you've replied to and what you haven't already.
There's another one for you, Representative Austin, and here comes 275 for you.
And are you ready, Ms. Olson? No, okay.
So I think those are the 2 that are outstanding, Representative Austin, is 149 and LD 1275. Those are the 2 I reported out yesterday.
I think I'm ready now when you guys are ready.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. This is LD 210. And Jody, do you have that voting sheet in front of you to tell me? I don't remember who voted for it. And if it was a minority or a majority. That's probably written at the top of my document, but I know that they're going to ask me. I think it's a minority committee amendment based on the voting for LD 210, which is an act to license crane operators. So a couple of things came back on language review that I want to just run by the committee, sharing the screen, or run by the minority, I guess. Okay. So one thing that came up with instituting this new licensing program is a time frame for this to get started. So not to take place when the bill is enacted, but to give time for the creation of the board and the ability to meet the standards. So that meant adding a start date beginning January 1, 2023, which would give it about a year. Yeah. And then there was missing from license required. I think it was just missing from the text. It said a person who is being trained in crane operation in accordance with standards under 29 CFR 1926.1427 on January 1, 2020. And then it was missing the rest of the sentence. The portion of the Code of Federal Regulations that it's referring to is this being crane operators in training can operate without a license following a prescribed set of rules about operating under someone who is licensed and being in an approved training program. So I just wanted to demonstrate that was what the intent of the sentence was, but it was actually missing the end of the sentence about may operate without a license. And I think this date will have to be changed to reflect the change in the start. So that's one. Okay. Yep. And then under, this is a small change, just pointing out it was oddly phrased about the routine technical rules. So it's now phrased in the way you should be more familiar with seeing it. The rules adopted pursuant to this chapter, routine technical rules, is defined by Title V, Chapter 375, Subchapter 2A. And then the more significant change has to do with, again, because this is about starting a new board for the licensure for crane operators. There was no addition, or there was no section to allow for the initial board members to be appointed without a license because they won't have had the opportunity to get the license beforehand. So this unallocated section 3 initial appointments to the State Board of Licensure for crane operators. So the initial 5 members of the State Board of Licensure for crane operators established under Title 5, Section 12004-A, subsection 50, may be appointed without holding a license pursuant to Title 32, Section 18602, subsection 1, if the appointee holds a current license as a crane operator in good standing in another state or territory of the United States, or holds a current certification by an independent organization accredited by the American National Standards Institute for the certification of crane operators. And I'll just note that those 2 things are the requirement to obtain a license for being a crane operator in the state. So they would be eligible for licensure. They almost immediately as the program got started, but the program can't get started until the board gets started. So it's a chicken before the egg. And we just want to make sure that we're not requiring something that couldn't actually happen. So that's an unallocated addition.
So is anyone who is on the minority report opposed to either of those 2 changes?
And the minority report was Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, Representative Bailey, Representative Geiger, Representative Hassenfuss, and Representative Pepworth.
If you could stop sharing for a second, I could see
Sure.
it just.
I have one more. There's one more.
Oh, there
thing.
was one more.
I'm sorry.
terribly
Yeah,
sorry.
no, it's
I
fine.
got to the summary. I figured that was it. So, okay.
Oh, no, it's because the last one is a change I haven't made yet because I just got the note back and I haven't had a chance to address it. And in particular, I need direction on how to do it. So normally in statute, when establishing a new license, they allow the they allow the board to set the fee for the license. Traditionally, that's not a sort of carte blanche. There's usually a cap, a limit that the fee could not go over. So as it reads, the board it sets the required fee. So normally you would either add a cap, a sort of no more than amount. So that would be one way to go. And if the committee the minority did not want to add that addition, they could also consider making it a major, the fee, a major substantive rule to have a legislative review of that.
Representative Roberts.
And just give me 1 second.
While we're waiting, Ms. Breton, can you take another vote from an earlier bill today?
Yes, I can. I'm still in possession of vote sheets.
Senator Searway, are you with us?
Senator Lucchini?
Well, I don't want to, if they, Senator Searway, you expressed interest in voting on this was the early education bill?
Yes.
So do you want to add your vote this way?
Yeah. If Jody's ready.
Which one? LD 1652?
Yeah.
Child care one?
Yeah.
It was ought to pass as amended, 9 in the affirmative, 1 ought not to pass.
And put me as yes, ought to pass as amended.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. You can disregard that email I just sent you then. I try to do them as I can so that people can get them back, because you only have such a short window now.
I know. I got to get back to my testimony, Bill. But thanks.
If Senator Lucchini would happen to go on. we could really get some.
Representative Austin? Your hand is up. Were you trying to?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Olson, on the part where you mentioned that until the board was up and running, that a crane operator could work under the supervision, right? Does that sound like a clause that you shared with us?
No, I think you're mixing two things.
Okay, sounds right.
Well, I could be incorrect. So I talked about two things. One is there was a section about an individual who is considered an operator in training, which is explained in the federal regulation. So this was allowing for there to be an operator in training who can operate in the state under those operator in training rules put forward by the Code of Federal Regulations to operate without a license. But they would be operating in our state with this proposed bill, if enacted, under a licensed crane operator, following the rules in the Code of Federal Regulation.
Are we, I hope I'm framing it right. Are we treating both out-of-state and in-state candidates in the same way? Wouldn't there be some within Maine that may not have?
So you mean initially?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, so if you didn't qualify for licensure when the program begins, you could continue to work as an operator in training if you met the rules promulgated by, which are also the OSHA standards by the federal government, but you'd have to do so following those, which require you to work under someone who's licensed to operate a crane.
So that while I'm trying to clarify, then that's what I did here then. So that's both for in-state and out-of-state folks.
Yes,
in training in that position. I didn't hear that. I heard the emphasis on the out-of-state folks coming in, and I didn't hear the other side of it for our in-state folks. So I could have.
No, sorry, that would be for anyone working as a crane operator in the state. Okay. If you're licensed, and then there was the portion about the board, because the bill is establishing a board which will issue the license. There would be no licensed crane operators to sit on the board when the board is created. So this is initial appointments.
Right. I want to go back to Representative Roberts. You look like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Austin, I just want to explain myself because it's the minority report. It's the committee, the portion of the committee that needs to deal with this right now. Go ahead.
If the rest of the report is fine with us, I've conferred with the sponsor and stakeholders, and it's agreed that it be determined by the board, since we're not fully aware of how many operators there are at this point.
So you do not want to set a cap at all, or make it major substantive? You want to just leave it?
I think I'd make it major substantive. I don't want to have it. I don't want to have it unended.
Yeah, we can't set a cap not knowing how many there are.
Okay.
Right. So I'd like it to see it major substantive so it would come back.
Okay, so I'll add the provision that the establishment of the fee for licensure by the board is considered a major substantive rule.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I have one other. If there are no more thoughts on that, I'm finished with that one. I do have.
I just want to check in with the other members on that report. Did anyone thumbs up for those who were on that report? Anyone disagree? I'll put it this way: anyone disagree with that report? Who are part of that report? No one disagree. Okay. And
Okay, and
next,
then the other one is really, this one could go by email, but since I have you all captured with my attention, this is, I believe, just actually for 2 members of the committee, if my memory serves. It's the amendment to LD 804, which is an act to require notice for orthopedic medical device recalls. This was the minority report, I think 2 individuals, and that was using the amendment put forward by Mr. Austin from the Maine Hospital Association, which wasn't outlined, but this is as it's crafted, just kind of run it, just that any hospital or ambulatory surgical facility is defined in Title 22, Section 1812-E. That is contacted by a manufacturer of an orthopedic medical device is defined by 21 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 88, that is subject to an FDA recall or market withdrawal, as defined by 21 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 7.3, 2019, shall contact any patient who received the device consistent with the recall strategy, as defined by 21 Code of Federal Regulation, Section 7.3, 2019. Mostly it's what was put forward in the amendment with all of the required definitions referenced.
Ms. Breton, can you remind the committee who was on that report?
Just Representative Bailey and Representative Geiger.
Representative Bailey, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm satisfied by that language, Representative Geiger.
Same.
Same?
Great.
So, great. Excellent.
Okay, I think that's all I had for you today.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I will be sending out tomorrow. I know you're all going to be busy tomorrow. So I'm going to just let you know, I'm going to send out tomorrow by the end of business day, documents related to the change package. We have budget presentations on Thursday. I believe they're currently on the schedule still. So just look for those coming in your email.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Representative Collmore, Representative Geiger, all those in favor. Have a good evening.